Hi, Maxine. Maxine, can you hear me? Cash, can you hear me?
Kia ora, good morning. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for your patience while we figure out the cameras. To open the meeting, I'm going to call Pam from the Waikato Interfaith Community, please.
Thanks, Charles. Well, this is the third fall of the Waikato Interfaith Council. The wisdom that Buddhism has brought to the world is meditation. It's the skillful means by where we look into our heart, see the undercurrents of our heart. All we have to do is to rest quietly and observe, not change anything, just look. So we'll just do a short meditation. So please sit comfortably with your back straight. Eyes looking downwards. And just notice. Just notice what is there. You might have the distracting thoughts of worry. We might have the expansive feeling of love. We might feel the pushing away feeling of annoyance. It's all there. We create this space in our mind so that we may know that these are not hidden from us. Only don't be alarmed by what you see, because this is what everybody needs. That's it.
Thank you, Pam. All right. Welcome, everyone. We will kick off with apologies. Pardon? 3:30? Yep. Jeff? Cool. Yeah. Anyone else? All right. I'll move the apologies. Can I have someone to second? Thanks, Anna. All those in favor? Anyone against? Carried. Confirmation of agenda. We have a very chunky agenda ahead of us today. I think it's the one word I'd use. I just want to alert. I want you to know that ideally we'd be doing your top 3 questions and go around to everyone to have a turn and then come back if you still have a burning question. So if you can think of your top 3 questions when we get to each item, that would be really helpful. Any issues with the agenda? No. I will move. Can I have a seconder? Thanks, Louise. All those in favor? Anyone against? Cool, carried. Declarations of interest. Note that there is none, and we shall move to public forum. As you can see, we have quite a few speakers today, so we will be working on a 3-minute, except for Toti, who will have 5. So speakers, if you can try to keep it as concise as possible. If you'd like to allow question time, that would be within the 3 minutes. And first up, we've got Ellie Wilkinson. Welcome. The Easter eggs are there. Yeah.
Is it on? It's already on. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, everyone. I'll make sure I stick to my 3 minutes. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you on behalf of HMS Trust in relation to report recommendations for the approval of a 20-year community lease for the Settlement Centre Waikato on Boundary Road and for the transfer of ownership of the building to HMS Trust. Present with me today are Claire van der Moss, Executive Chair of HMS Trust Board, and Muzia Medi, a member of our leadership team and responsible for the financial management of the Trust. And just a shout out to Ofa from Te Whare o Te Ata, who's come along to support us. Thank you, Ofa. The staff report provided to Council covers a number of key points relating to this project and outlines the terms and conditions which have been met by the Trust. It is unfortunate that a global pandemic stalled our original timeline for this project and also resulted in considerable escalations in costs. However, we believe that we're in the best position we can be to move ahead with this significant project. We have recently gone to tender for the build and the board has approved a contractor. Based on the recommendations in this report, and if approved, is our expectation to get underway with the first stage of the building project May. I'm thrilled that the Trust is now in the position to make this vision of a fit-for-purpose building come to life. The decision today from this committee is probably the last milestone over a long journey for this major project for migrant and refugee communities in Hamilton. Ownership of the existing building will ensure the Trust has guardianship over both buildings, the new extension and the refurbishment of the current building. The ownership of the building will provide the Trust security should we need to access a loan facility from our bank. We're hoping that's not the case. The extension of the lease sends a signal to all stakeholders that HCC has confidence in the Trust's ability to look after the facility and external environment and continue to deliver current and grow new services which support successful settlement of newcomers to Hamilton. This building and the services delivered from it will also support many of the goals of Hamilton City Council in line with the Welcoming Communities program. Migrant and ethnic communities make up over 25% of New Zealand population, and here in the Waikato, we have people from more than 160 ethnicities. HMS Trust not only has a history of supporting newcomers to Hamilton City with the services and programs we provide, but we also lead the way with employment opportunities, with 20 ethnicities within our own team, including migrant and refugee background staff. We have over 150 interpreters speaking over 60 different languages. The Trust service has grown at a considerable pace over the 12 months period. New services include a number of multi-year government contracts, refugee settlement support, a 6-year contract, just recently secured MSD housing service, which provides wraparound support for people from ethnic communities, and either emergency housing or unsuitable standard housing. We're also working through the tender process with MSD at the moment for a multi-year driver licence support program for 3 to 5 year period.
I'll get you to run that, Betty, if that's all right.
Yep. Okay. These new services resulted in employment of 12 new staff, and basically we're full to the gunnels. We have no room. We really need to build this building. How about that?
Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Okay. Thank you.
And we will get to the item shortly.
Yeah, perfect.
Can we please have the Toti group? Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Right. Good morning. My name is Graham Haynes. I'm the a trustee of TOTI, just a new one. I was going to say something today, but time is so short that I'll hand over to Sharon Fletcher, who is the quantity surveyor who did the figures. She's a professional quantity surveyor. She did the figures for the $10 million, which we reckon are the cost of doing the founders. Sharon.
Good morning. Thank you for being willing to hear me today. Basically, what I'm asking for is actually just extra information. I've been asked to assess the two estimates side by side. I've given you all a handout. So what I need is right at the end of the handout, there's an example of a detailed breakdown estimate. I really need that from the property group's estimate to be able to do a fair and accurate assessment so that you can make an informed decision. I do feel Annexure B is the excerpt from QV Cost Builder. This is what most people in the industry use as a costing guideline. So it's printed yesterday. It's updated every 3 months. And that is telling me that a civic centre at a total rebuild from scratch, median range should be 3,400 a square metre. This is not even a rebuild from scratch. This is seismic strengthening, revamping, restructuring. So I honestly believe that the actual cost should come in below that. But what I will do is prepare a detailed, accurate report with evidence of all the rates side by side and produce that to enable you to make an informed, fair, accurate decision at the end of it. What I would also like, if I can, is all the figures that were used for the square metre rates for each concept. A big part of that is most of the concepts have parking required. Parking is a lot cheaper than construction of a building. I don't know if the parking is incorporated as part of those rates, and that could skew the numbers. Where the Founders Theatre has 60 parkings, they don't need to be built. That estimate is just construction of the building. It does not include parking. So I also would like to break those figures out and break the parking out and the buildings and just give a much more detailed comparison between all these concepts. I think that's actually all I was really wanting to ask you for. And then just the escalation for the years. We really do need to be able to see exactly how long everything's going to take, how long is required, because that $41 million estimate allows escalation over 5 years. And what I'm hearing from the TOTI Trust is they believe they can do it in 2. So I've only been given information very recently, and I really would like time to actually be able to give you a really detailed and properly investigated time frame so that I can accurately allow inflation. Thank you.
Can I just add into that, and
Yep.
so that you can answer it as necessary? But basically, you stand by your $10 million figure.
I believe it is, yes.
And the detailed information that's been provided to you all that you've got in your handout there. That's probably the key thing. So the $10 million still stands. We've used up the escalation from last year because the tender, the quote is a year old. So there is escalation to add to it. But even with the escalation added and rearranging the figures, we're still looking at between 10 and 11 million. So let's say 11 million is a high end.
That's based on 8% over 2 years.
And that's the other point, is that the TOTI system is the design and the development takes place over 2 years. It can be fully occupied in 2 years, whereas the property groups options were taking 5 or 6 years if they were achieved at all.
6 seconds.
If I've got
No.
2 seconds.
Just your last point. if
Can
that's
I
all right.
just, there is a handout, a totally preliminary response to the property group. Obviously, we haven't got much time, but under item 5, there are about 15 positives and advantages of the founders group. And it was disappointing to see that, that in the property group's report, it had two positives. Here are another 15 to add to those 2. And most of the negatives can be challenged as well. But I'm understanding that we have a period of time through to mid-May to deal with those in more
Thank you.
detail.
Thank you. Before you go, just one question, because I think everyone's thinking it. Sharon, thank you for being here. I think you touched on it, just your confidence level in that $10 to $11 million figure that you've come to. What is your current confidence in our current economic climate?
I actually had detailed architectural drawings. I went through it item for item. I've re-looked at the prices. Most of them are actually still applicable now because we've seen a slowdown in the inflation of building elements. And that had allowed inflation for 1 year. It was done 4th of April last year.
Okay.
So it is actually current to now.
Thank you. I'm going to allow just a couple of quick questions. And then committee members, just to note, if you plan on sticking around for a little while, we will take a break where we'd be able to speak to you.
I have to leave at 11, so I can stay till 11.
Sure. All right. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Angela.
Thank you. I have one question with 2 parts that's very specific. The first one is, do you know the current condition of Founders Theatre? And in your expert opinion, could that significantly change the 10 million estimate? The second one is, Sharon, you're asking for more time. There are several motions being worked on at the moment. One, the staff rec also gives an extra month. Is that enough time? So 2-part question, please.
So the first part, I haven't been back into the building. I have been told there has been some vandalism. I don't know the extent of that, but I don't.
We've seen about vandalism occurred, but it has been there, obviously, without for a while. Essentially, the building hasn't been there.
In 2016, yeah. And the second.
We've been through both on several occasions with Sharon.
Sorry, I'll get you just to speak into the mic if that's all right. We've got members online.
Just got one over here.
Yeah, that'll work.
Just simply saying that we've visited the building several times, obviously, to get cost estimates. We did it with the property group as well to go through. They both got the same information, and you can see that there's a significant difference between the 2 numbers. But that said, the question was, how is it? The building is pretty much as it was without general maintenance over the last few years. As it was.
Thank you for that. And Sharon, the time?
So once I receive the information, I need, if I've got about 3 weeks, I can do you a total detail with evidence.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question about the standard of building in the 2 different estimates, where your estimate, is it based on a basic refurbishment of existing, and the Duke's Void estimate, can you describe what that is based on?
Well, because I don't have any detail, I don't actually know what the estimate's based on. All I got was a list of trades with values next to them,
Right.
which is why I haven't been able to really assess it in detail.
Yeah, so the report sets a standard of the same as the other options, which are all completely new builds. Would you agree that the cost of achieving new build equivalent in an existing building would actually involve the cost of taking down stuff and then putting it back up, and that might be why their square metre rate is particularly high?
My assumption, although I do not know, I haven't looked, is I think they've actually allowed to basically demolish most of the building and rebuild it. And by my understanding, that's not what's required,
Right.
but
Yeah.
I would produce a report once I can see what exactly they've actually. based
And
it on.
finally, for the architect, Mike, in your opinion, is a new build quality required, or is a basic refurbishment appropriate for arts usage?
No, our concept has always been that the building will be refurbished, that we're not going to as new all through. We're going to be using structural elements within the building that will still be visible to deal with the seismic strengthening and keep the costs down. And from that point on, we provide more space than there's in there now, because we can provide more floor area in what was the fly tower. And that's also part of the seismic strengthening. So bottom line is it will be cheaper to refurbish. We don't want to throw away this old building. It's not necessary. Don't
So
need it.
would you describe it as cheap and cheerful?
That would be a nice way of doing it. We're going to see the steel, and it won't look quite the same as it did before, but it'll be doing a lot more things than it did before.
Yeah, and would you
Thank
say
you.
that cheap and
Last
cheerful is
question.
good is good enough for the user groups?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Wilson, if that's all right. Yep, just a quick question if you've got one.
Yep, thanks, Chair Cash. Look, mine is directly to Sharon. I just want to have an understanding, what, if any, conversations have you had with the property group or the QS expert in their analysis of the work you did?
None. I only received this information on Friday afternoon, which is why my big emphasis is I haven't really had time.
So, sorry, just for clarification. So they
I
haven't
haven't
reached
spoken to them. No,
in any shape or form?
no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Question. My interest has always been in seeing the final business case that Toti could bring to the table, which includes the secured funding and your revenue models. When would we expect to see that in full? Because that was to be produced at this next juncture to enable us to make a decision.
We've been given a deadline on your minutes of the 19th of May, and we will be sticking to that deadline.
And so that business case that you potentially bring to the table on the 19th of May would include all your secured funding, everyone who's actually pledged and written that they will donate, etc., plus your funding model and all the groups that might come into the building secured, and not just not potential, but we talked about this at the meeting at your
It'll be a complete package.
complete package. So, and it will be actuals, not potentials. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We will try to take a morning tea before you need to head off. We'll try our best. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, my details are all on my letterhead.
Perfect. Thank you. It's being sent by email shortly.
Yes, we're just scanning a copy of it and we will have it online and in diligence shortly.
Thanks, Amy. Tony Stevens. Thank you. Morena.
Morena. Kia ora koutou, ko Tony Stevens, tōku ingoa. I'm the General Manager of the Young Workers Resource Centre. I'm here today speaking on behalf of a cluster of organisations, including the Citizens Advice Bureau Volunteering Waikato, the Budget Advisory Trust and the YWRC, really to plant a seed. Together, our organisations want to establish a community hub facility in the CBD for frontline social sector organisations to cohabit and provide greater access to community services. We're presenting this to Council because we're seeking your support for this initiative, and we understand you're currently investigating council facilities in the CBD. We feel what we're proposing aims to meet the current and future needs of our city and would enhance the well-being of our communities. While our organisations do not specifically work in the older people space, which I understand is sort of where the catalyst for looking at these spaces has come from, our wider services and the access that will be granted from a single location will fit into the aims of these developments, helping not just our older whānau, but Kirikiriroa as a whole. So Council has signalled that a key priority is ensuring that our city is a place where people can thrive, and a council-supported community hub like the one we envision will build greater collaboration across social sector organisations that are delivering frontline services. It will improve community access to critical services, and it would be a one-stop shop for people with complex issues. That's what we envision. We feel it could decrease overhead expenses for the occupants in that building through cost sharing and collaborative fundraising, and it could help mitigate the issues that are presented by a competitive grants funding model, which is never fun. And we feel that initially this hub could house the 4 organisations I've already mentioned, but once it's established, it could be a space for other organisations to come in, have subscriptions, hot desking, and be a true community hub. The close proximity to like-minded organisations would be energising for the people working in that space, for the social workers, and would help build strong community alliances, which is a very effective way to respond to structural issues that emerge in our city. And the centralised administration that you would have in a facility like that could free up operational capacity for us to do what we really want to do, which is help communities and people. There's already a precedent for this sort of facility in Tauranga. I don't know if anyone's heard of The Collective, New Zealand's largest co-working space for social enterprise charitable organisations, not-for-profits. So imagine a place where community advocates work alongside like-minded people every day, where everyone they meet exudes a passion for community, for culture, and the value in the services they provide. Imagine a space that offers endless opportunity, for people to really work together and support their community. That's what they have there in Tauranga and The Collective, and that's what we want for Hamilton. So
Thank
just
you.
to sort of,
If you can wrap up.
yep, I'm going to wrap up. Yep. Ultimately, a purpose-built facility would be ideal, and so we support any proposals to establish new community facilities in the CBD. We'd love you to partner with local philanthropies if that was possible. But in the interim, we're very interested, our cluster is very interested in, establishing a community hub like this in an existing facility.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ange, is that really quick?
Quick.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you here. If those of you who don't know, this is former Councillor Dave McPherson's son. Much more handsome than your father. Thanks. Just a quick question. So are you advocating for the CAB to relocate out of your building across the road, or just in a fit for purpose building somewhere in the central city?
Well, are you talking about Citizens Advice Bureau in terms of across the road?
Yeah.
We're interested in moving into an existing facility,
Okay.
but ultimately we would like a purpose-built facility.
Wouldn't everyone? Yeah. Okay.
But in the interim, somewhere where we could, our 4 organisations that I mentioned could come in, and potentially other organisations, and establish a community hub in somewhere that already exists. We'd definitely be interested in.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Gerald Classens. Where's that? Speaking to item 8, welcome.
Good morning to all councillors. My name is Gerard. I'm here to talk about disc golf. Disc golf is a fancy name for frisbee golf. Now, it's played on a similar concept to golf. You throw a disc on a hole, lower scorecard at the end of the day. After 18 holes, they win. I will use my reference as Jelly Park in Christchurch, which is a disc golf course, as well as Queen's Park in Invercargill. Now, if you want to make up a disc golf course, obviously straight and narrow is not always that easy to have. You prefer to have a few obstacles like a tree or a stream or something like that. places that will qualify for a similar type of terrain will be the lake between the Veranda Cafe and the old reservoir, as well as the Taitua Arboretum. I would like to suggest to you, thinking about Inamoa Park. You may recall a time ago, council had a pilot project about Ross Trevor Street. And from what I understand, about 80% of the feedback was negative towards closing down the street. So why? It's probably because most people don't use the park. Now, I can vouch for that low usage because I basically live about to cross the street. So what makes Inamoa Park suitable for disc golf? There's an uphill, a downhill, there's mature trees, there's a bit of space. There's not too many people that is involved there. There's parking, and it's close to the bus center. It's also right next door to the Founders Theatre development that the council is discussing. It's basically just the other side of the street. Now, I would like to separate out two things, cost versus funding. Cost is obviously what is going to cost, and funding is who is paying for that. Now, what is required to make up a disc golf course? First, you're going to need a little sign like that to tell people where to go. I don't have a price for that one yet. The next slide, please. Right, that is a tee. That's quite a fancy tee. So you've got a wooden border with paving in it. You can use gravel too, and there's a little sign that tells you where you are on the course. Estimate cost for that's about $200. Next one, please. No, not that one. One with the steelwork. All right, I'll just run through it. It's a little basket that you have. That's about $1,000. Yeah, that one. And the next one where you look down the trees. Anyway, the next one is your full course. No, the other one. So you're looking at about $2,000 per hole. For a person to play, a starter kit is about $70. For funding, Christchurch has got an interesting model. They made an agreement with the club. The council provides the physical facilities. I'm not referring to the issues, the parts that I've shown here. In other words, consent and a place to play. And then the club was responsible to fund the basket and put up the sign and the tee off.
Thank you.
I think I'll conclude from there. Any questions?
Yep, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in and doing it. You are aware, because I think we've corresponded, right?
We've talked verbally about it.
Yes, and I've spoken to some other people. So you were aware there's a group of high school students who want to propose something for the long-term plan?
Yes, I've talked to them too.
And they're from Extreme Frisbee and such, and they're
That's the other
thinking
group,
of
yes.
getting a business sponsorship for those $1,000 cages for the, yeah. So you'd be happy for us to put it in for consideration as a long-term plan thing?
Yes,
And,
no
and are you
problem.
hard and fast on the area, or you'd be okay with somewhere else, like part of the lake or?
Somewhere else would be fine. The only reason why I thought Inamoa Park is worth, I think it's the minimum amount of work that you can put in to make it work, plus have it easily accessible.
Okay.
I mean, Taitua Arboretum is a brilliant place to go to, but it's not as accessible as Inamoa Park.
Well, thank you for coming in and seeding the idea at this point in time. I'm sure we'll be in touch for the LTP. Actually, I've played and I'm useless, but it's really a lot of fun. It's a great deal of fun.
I can vouch for that one.
You can give me a lesson. You can give me a lesson.
You can give us a lesson. Thank
Sweet.
you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome. Can we welcome Jenny McGee?
Kia ora tātou. On behalf of Age Concern Hamilton, I'm Jenny McGee, President of the Board, and I'm here today with Executive Officer Sarah Farmer and Board members Peter Utley and Claire Vandermost. Last May, we spoke in support of Council's move to restore the Celebrating Age Centre, acknowledging that Council's position then was not whether to do so, but where and how it would be done. We are delighted to reaffirm that support today based on the excellent report prepared by Council staff for this committee. Age Concern Hamilton's position has always been to endorse a new building at the current site of 30 Victoria Street with a purpose-built centre supported by commercial occupancy that aligns with the needs and interests of older people. The report that's before you today confirms that such a mixed-use partnership offers a way for Council to establish this much-needed facility as a focal point for Hamilton's older population. With 1 in 10 of the city's residents now aged over 65, Council's commitment to being age-friendly is increasingly important. In our last presentation, we outlined 5 key reasons for rebuilding the Celebrating Age Centre at 30 Victoria Street, and the report confirms that these reasons are still valid. The detail of those reasons is included in the fuller outline of my notes, which you have in front of you. But specifically, 30 Victoria Street is central, it's accessible, it's known by Hamilton's older people, it's known by agencies who support those older people, and it also connects with the history of the place with the older population of Hamilton. Age Concern acknowledges and appreciates that Council support in rehousing our agency while Celebrating Age Centre is re-established. We are doing the best we can. However, temporary premises make delivering some activities very difficult, while some can no longer be provided. We regularly field calls from older people who can't find or access us and feel abandoned in the face of the plastic wrapping that envelops the deteriorating Celebrating Age Centre. Those older people fear that Council no longer cares for them. In 2021, Age Concern developed a 3-year strategic plan. Community hubs seem to be the flavour of the day today. We talked about one for older people that will centralise information and services that are relevant to older people. A hub is a place for social connection and to avoid the social isolation that kills more older people than smoking. Closer engagement will enable us to investigate new initiatives that meet gaps for older people. The longer the Celebrating Age Centre is out of action, the greater the loss of support. We are keen for a positive and prompt resolution to the current situation. The Municipal Endowment Fund investigation offers an off-balance sheet solution that will make good on Council's commitment to the Hamilton's Older Committee. We ask you, the Community Committee, to stand for older people in Hamilton by inviting the Municipal Endowment Fund to investigate the feasibility of a mixed-use community and commercial space at a new Celebrating Age Centre at 30 Victoria Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Go on.
Thank you, Jenny. Does Age Concern have a preference with the options? I mean, they range between $52 and $67 million. Do you have a preference?
We appreciate that the report suggesting the refurbishment of the existing building to accommodate and reinstate services for older people would offer that opportunity sooner rather than later. And we appreciate that a mixed commercial community model would mean that Council didn't have to front up with all of that funding. And the idea that commercial opportunities which align with older people, services for older people, would be absolutely welcome by us.
Excellent. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Jenny. Welcome, Scott.
Morena tātou, Scott Tiffany, Puketi Neighbourhood House. For almost 40 years, the Puketi Neighbourhood House has proven its ability to not only talk the talk, but walk the walk. For all of its time, the P&H has operated out of makeshift facilities and shown its incredible flexibility to provide for our community within a variety of spaces, never operating from a purpose-built facility. Today, this council could change that. This council has opportunity to progress a commitment made by a previous council and the potential to make a dream a reality. The reality is that within Hamilton, we only have one purpose-built community centre, that of the Western Community Centre. Comparatively, Western's building is just over 1,000 square metres, with our current space in Puketi just over 200. The proposed new build would provide a space for the P&H relatively similar to that in size of Western. As it currently stands, the Puketi Neighbourhood House services a population 30% greater than that of Western, approximately 22,000. If we were to take all the community centres, houses, etc. funded by the HEC multi-year grant, plot them on a map, one significant outlier would be seen. Puketi Neighbourhood House is proud of its ability to service such a considerable population area with a relatively small physical space in which to do so. However, we have simply outgrown our current home. The words fit for purpose are often used, but what does it actually look like for us? For us, it is often simple things. We have office spaces where walls don't reach the ceiling or that don't even have doors. During a recent visit by some elected members, some councillors were taken aback by a sign at one of my staff's desks. And the sign simply read, "I'm on a Zoom, I don't have my headphones, and I don't have a door." We are significantly impacted by what we can offer due to space, an inability to hold any type of meeting or gathering which requires privacy or discretion. We're constantly turning away organisations such as Oranga Tamariki, the police and others looking to hold family group conferences or discuss sensitive matters. We have one space, which means when one thing is on, that is it. Having multiple spaces would be an absolute game changer for us. Amongst other things, this would allow us to bring other community providers into our space and community. If we take a look at the wider picture of Ashurst Park location, we have almost everything there to create something incredible, to create something that I believe would be unlike anything else in our city. Currently, Ashurst Park and surrounds have indoor court space, outdoor field space, cricket pitch, beach volleyball courts, playground, tennis courts, and HCC partnership pool. Imagine if we add a purpose-built community facility to that list. With a Puketi Neighbourhood House working alongside Hamilton City Council to drive activation, we have just created what I believe the only recreation, sport, play and community hub, is that word again, hub in our city, a significant asset for our community and possibly the standard in which future community development could be measured against. I can also respect the position you as elected members are in. I know we must think of the financial picture and can acknowledge the difficulties of the current financial climate. In regards to the build cost, I think the plan outlined within Maria's report provides a clear pathway in which to achieve this. My understanding doesn't require any new money, rather a refocusing of current funds and what I believe, biased of course, to be a worthy cause which stands to significantly improve the well-being of our city.
Thank you, Scott. There is one question which I'll allow from Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, hi, Scott. Thanks for your presentation. I guess my question to you is, originally, when I look back through some of my notes, council have always supported trying to provide a more fit for purpose facility for P&H. But I think what surprised me is the level of quantum that is now in front of us. My question is, can you as a group, could you consider trying to raise more than the $2 million?
Well, it's always a consideration for sure. I'm not afraid of a challenge. And yeah, just whether or not there's that appetite from funders out there and whether or not that presents a significant delay in the timeline and put that added pressure, I feel if we knock this project further and further down the timeline, we're only going to inflate the overall cost. So potentially we're always chasing our tail.
Sure, but you'll acknowledge that when we've spoken, and I chatted with a former councillor today who has been very passionate about that project, and he also was surprised at the level of $8 million and council providing $6 million. You'll acknowledge that $6 million certainly hadn't been discussed in the last few years. That's way and above the quantum we had discussed.
What was your question?
I just wanted to clarify that Scott would agree that the quantum of $6 million is above the quantums that have been discussed by council in the past.
Okay.
Yep.
I apologize. I'm not sure where the question is there.
No. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Thank you, Scott. Barry O'Donnell. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about the community hub facility, whatever. My name's Barry O'Donnell. I'm not actively involved with any of the groups seeking to repurpose the Founders Theatre, but I am a ratepayer and have been on the committees of many community groups in and around Hamilton. I've been involved with boards and governance for over 40 years as a company secretary, chief executive director and consultant. Based on that experience, I'm not very impressed with what's happening here. Having at last carried out some proper consultation with Hamilton citizens, rather than the biased surveys used in the past, you've discovered that 62% of community user groups currently do not have fit-for-purpose facilities, exacerbated no doubt by the closure of the Age Concern building due to inadequate maintenance by its owners, the Hamilton City Council. Your survey also showed that there is significant community support for the provision of more suitable facilities, particularly a joint use facility. Now, I've read the consultants' report. The recommendation of the consultants is to go with stage 1 of concept 1 plus concept 3, which will provide 2 separate sites for community facilities. The total cost of that is $69.7 million, to which must be added the expense of demolishing the Founders Theatre of around $5 million, I understand. So you're talking about an all-up cost of $75 million. That gives you 2 sites, not the favoured single site. It will not provide any facilities at all in the near future, if it provides them ever, because you haven't committed to doing it, and will result in hundreds of tonnes of useful building being sent to a landfill. That's great for an environmental committee. If you went with the Toti proposal, cost to council would be $6 million. I know it's $10 million to do the building, but Toti says they're going to raise 4 of their own. So you've now got a difference between the options, 75 and 6, of $69 million, which is not only huge, but also unexplained. The consultants have reported on repurposing the Founders Theatre on the basis of what they consider needs to be done. They have not set out an analysis of the Toti proposal, nor explained why the costs are so different. Rather, the Toti proposal is dismissed out of hand because, and I quote, Toti's business cases presented to council to date do not contain the necessary risk management for council, quantum or certainty of cost to support council endorsements of Toti's vision. So the council has been advised to spend an extra $69 million because of supposed deficiencies in Toti's business case. That's laughable. As a councillor with serious governance responsibilities, you're bound to take the following steps. You have to ascertain why there is such a major cost difference between Toti's vision for the Founders and the consultant's concept for the Founders. You also need to ascertain what needs to be remedied in Toti's business case to gain council endorsement, and what impact any changes in the business case would have on the cost of realising Toti's vision. Only then will you be able to make a serious comparison between the 2 proposals. If you do not take these steps, you risk exposing Hamilton ratepayers to very serious and unnecessary costs.
Thank you.
I've got some more. I would like to finish it. Thank you. It would be relatively easy to round up hundreds of ratepayers who would be prepared to take legal action against you for reckless and negligent decision-making. And such action would be against you, not you personally, not the council. I understand you've already been warned about the possibility of legal action. You need to take such warnings seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, especially Barry, it's got on our run sheet here that you are seeing it, but the submission didn't sound like a senior submission. Can you just clarify that for our committee?
No, I'm not. I'm nothing to do with senior net.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. Very
And our last speaker for this morning, Bruce Clarkson. Good to see you.
Kia ora koutou, Chair Cash, elected members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Bruce Clarkson and I'm the chair of the Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park Advisory Group. I'm still buzzing from the blessing event that was held for the nature precinct for the zoo and Waiwhakariki. And I just wanted to first congratulate everybody on that amazing accomplishment. It's just amazing. It's going to do great things for our city. But then I have to reflect on some recent news that was in the papers. I'm wondering whether you saw it, the Stats New Zealand report for the state of New Zealand's biodiversity. 75% of our reptiles, bats, birds and freshwater fish are threatened with extinction. This is a continuing decline that has been going on ever since I got into the game of ecology, and that's a very long time. I just needed to draw your attention to that fact because it's relevant to what I'm going to tell you about now. So also in New Zealand, the area of New Zealand where we have full protection for our indigenous species, our sensitive species, particularly our birds and threatened birds at that, only 0.2% of Aotearoa New Zealand's landscape is protected in what we call mainland sanctuaries. More than 75 of them scattered around the country, largely driven by community efforts and of course the Department of Conservation, but mainly away from where people live. Mostly they are protected by predator-proof fences, mostly, not all, but most. Here at Waiwhakariki, in Kurikiriroa Hamilton, we have a unique project in an urban setting where we have reconstructed the indigenous biodiversity of the Hamilton Basin literally from scratch. And I maintain that the time is now to utilise the 40 hectares that have been created, indigenous habitat, fully created by the planting of the council and the volunteers. And now is the time to protect it with a fence and put the plants and animals back that actually belong there and cannot currently survive there because of pests and weeds. That will, of course, put Kurikiriroa Hamilton on the map as a world leader in urban ecological restoration. In combination with the amazing nature and the city strategy that you all passed 2 years ago, I believe, Kurikiriroa Hamilton will now be able to claim to be seriously addressing our serious biodiversity debt, not just locally, but regionally and even nationally. I am aware of the fence scoping report. I've read it. I support it. I believe it's now time to deliver on the fence, to fully unlock the potential of that site, not just for indigenous biodiversity, but for its economic and social benefits as well. The fence will deliver the haven for our special and unique indigenous biodiversity. And as always, I'm happy to help in any way I can in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. There's one very, very quick question. Yep, from Councillor Hutt.
Kia ora, Bruce. I understand that the community has been really heavily involved with Waiwhakariki over, numerous years. I was wondering if you had a ballpark figure perhaps for how much voluntary hours might have gone into Waiwhakariki in terms of restoration work?
You mean the contribution from the community?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Well, there was a figure published some while back, it's about 5 to 7 years ago, which estimated approximately $280,000 a year was put in by the community in terms of the, the planting support and all of the stuff, the volunteer labour and all of that stuff. And I'm sure I don't have a more recent figure than that, but it sounds about right to me.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you everyone for your patience. And thank you to all our speakers for coming in. We appreciate your time. We're going to move on to the agenda to item 5, confirmation. Cool, thank you. Mover and seconder. Any questions? All those in favor? Anyone against? No, that's carried unanimously. I'll stop doing that, promise. If we move to item 6 on the chair's report.
I'll move.
Okay, cool. I don't have anything to add to the chair's report, apart from just an acknowledgement to the community team who have done an amazing job to get us to this point. So I've seen the work that they've put in, and thank you. Any questions or comments on the chair's report? Mayor Paula.
Just one for the team. So many different. It's amazing what's going on underneath the surface when you look at what the team's involved in, from the Excite to the pitches. But I just wanted to say to give a special vote of thanks for the work that's been done already and is being done around the FIFA Women's World Cup in terms of our facilities. If you look at that photo that you've put in there, Kesh, I have been told on good authority from the highest people in FIFA that our pitches are the best in this whole tournament, and that even the practice pitches where we have players going, that they are high quality pitches indeed. And so the players have been absolutely delighted to play here, and especially on, of course, the stadium, which has been acknowledged as the best stadium in the tournament. That's one up to us from Auckland, just putting it out there, and even our Australian partners. But, you know, we should be very proud of that. And I just want that to go back to the team, because I know you've been putting in a lot of extra work to get ready for this substantial international focused tournament. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? Anyone against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move to item 7, the Community Occupancy Waikato Settlement Centre.
I'll move.
Hang on. We've Mayor Paula has indicated that she'll be moving it. Councillor Wilson.
Mayor Paula should have moved quicker.
I did move quickly, you just didn't hear it.
Oh, I think I did.
Would you like to second that?
I'm always happy to help Mayor Paula out, so I'll second it.
Okay, sure. Over to you.
Morena, Mayor, Councillors and Mangai Māori. So my name is Karen Kwok and I'm the Recreation and Community Facilities Senior Advisor. So as Ellie mentioned, staff have been working with the Settlement Centre for over 5 years now, following a proposal from the Trust to extend and refurbish the former clubhouse building that they leased from Council on Claudelands Park. So in 2020, Council approved a partial land reclassification to local purpose community facilities and a new lease to enable the proposed development. So this report today, as Ellie said, is sort of the last piece in the puzzle. We're seeking approval to transfer ownership of the building from Council to the Trust and approve a 20-year lease for the land footprint of the existing building and the extension. So subject to the approval today, the Trust are planning to start construction in May. So happy to take any questions.
Deputy Mayor Leary.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. Just 2 questions. The development was projected to cost $3 million back in 2020. It's now doubled. Is that due to known cost escalations, or has the development changed in size? Or a bit of both? Do we know?
I believe, Ali's probably best to answer this one, but I believe it is mainly due to the cost escalation.
Yeah.
There is a stage 2 that's proposed, which is $2 million. The first stage is the 4.3 million in costs.
Okay, so, all right. So second question, have we done any, is Evelisa here? No. Have we looked into, with a larger centre, obviously more visitors, etc., any requirement, have we done any analysis for perhaps another entry exit off boundary, or are we confident that the adequate entry exit will be okay for them?
It's not in the plans to do like a second entry exit. There are some changes to the car park layout with the proposal.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess
no, we haven't done any,
but there's all, yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Okay, I might raise that in.
Yeah, there are requirements under the consent.
There what? Sorry,
there are some requirements around car parking under the consent that's been obtained.
Yeah, I'm not worried about car parking. What I'm concerned about is that it's going to be busier for them, and the last thing we need on Boundary Road is congestion. So maybe as a staff action that can be just picked up. I mean, that would be, I would expect, at our cost. It's our network, so I think that needs to be noted. We would be better to do it right as the development's occurring rather than later down the track.
Yep, that'll be noted.
Yeah, thank you.
No other questions? No. Mayor Paula, as the mover.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Wilson for letting me move this, because I'm particularly passionate about this one project, and I want to thank the Trust for everything that they've done since they first started on it, and I got shown the first order drawings, and things moved and changed and reflected need. And I know it's been a particularly difficult process for the Trust to go through, because there's a lot of hurdles to jump and hoops to go through to get something like this on a public reserve. But what I will say to this is that we are one of the most diverse cities in New Zealand. We already know that, with over 160 or more now ethnicities, and that we continue to have steady levels of migration for a number of reasons. And we need those people into our area for employment and a lot of other things as well. Plus, we take a good share of refugees, as we should. And so I think this is a good fit for the core work of council, which is looking after its community. It fits with our wellbeings, which is having thriving communities where everybody is included and does well, which is in the benefit of all Hamiltonians. The amount of work that goes on in that centre is amazing. And I remember when it started in much smaller premises and how it has grown and services such a great community. But I can't see that work diminishing in any shape or form. It's a lovely spot that they're on, and I know that they will be as welcoming to all people as they have been over the years. I look forward to attending their events where they have more space and we're not all crammed up in one room with a small kitchen, but we can genuinely enjoy getting together as a diverse and mixed community. But thank you to the staff who've been working through this too, because it hasn't been a very straightforward. And just in terms of the cost escalations, what I want to say to councillors is beware. Cost escalations are real. We're seeing them everywhere. And I haven't spoken to anybody from the building industry in recent times, but I know that concrete had gone up at 40% at one point. I know that steel is up. I know that the ability to find jib has been difficult in other products. So we know that this is going to put pressure on our community facilities. So the sooner that we get going and allow groups to complete, and the better for all of us, because these cost escalations will not slow down in the short term. Thanks for your work on it too, Madam Chair, because I know that you've been tying up all the loose ends, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Ewan, as a seconder, would you like to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Cash. I'll be very brief. Look, to put simply, HMS Trust are just a really good operation. I've had a lot of faith in the governance, the work in the migrant sector over the last 25 years has been a wonderful example of how community groups can do incredibly good and constructive work. I like the final solution that's been put to us. And I fully support not only their work, but council doing everything we can to enable they are able to operate for the next 50 years to ensure Hamilton is a welcoming and leading in this space city. So very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thanks, Chair. I kind of feel like, with having been the only one to ask questions, that this is one of those moments in the chamber that could pass us quickly. And actually, it's a significant milestone for the city as well as HMN Trust and the community that they serve. Look, congratulations to the Trust to have raised a substantial portion of the funds. This is the kind of deal that the city embraces and should. HMS Trust provides such essential services to our migrant community, and their impact is hugely valuable. And I've seen it over the years, in particular with one woman that I have connected with at events at HMN Trust, and she always comes up to me. I always forget her name, but she always comes up to me and talks to me. And at one of the recent events, she actually shared her story of being a migrant and coming to New Zealand and to our city, and the support that she got from HMN Trust. And her story is a frightening tale. So I want to thank the Trust. This is a monumentous occasion. I hope that they celebrate. It's precisely the kind of proposal that the council and the city needs to embrace. So I send my appreciation for their vision, their commitment and their hard work, and wholeheartedly support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Kesh. Yeah, totally talk all previous speakers. This is one of those no-brainer opportunities for us as elected members. I had the privilege of having a guided tour. I can't remember, it was the start of this year or end of last year with Ellie, and I might be putting a bit of sugar in, but she literally had staff in wardrobes. They were so crammed up, and we had to go across Boundary Road to see some of our other staff and the other officers. They're literally crawling over each other. So the extension, the beautification, the logistical improvements are totally essential. And many people, as I wasn't even aware of the level of services they provide to the community. Obviously English, migrant youth worker, driver training, Decipher, some very cool and innovative work streams that they've got. And so, yeah, only too happy to endorse and support, and look forward to seeing this part of our community continue to thrive. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
I'll be pretty brief, but going back in time to before I was on council, when I worked in the community sector, I had meetings at the settlement centre, and I can attest to how busy and packed it was, but also how beautifully welcoming it was as well. And that's really something that struck me about my time working in that sector, was how organisations come together to welcome us and to, I guess, do things together. And I think that's really critical to what the Trust does in terms of bringing people together and welcoming them to our city. So I just think this is amazing, and I really look forward to visiting the site when it is there and being welcomed once again. So very excited.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge HMS, Ellie in particular, for your hard work and dedication over the years to getting the group to this point. As Deputy Mayor Leary said, it's an historic moment and something that the team should celebrate. The artwork's amazing. It gives the community another opportunity to share that inclusive vision, and I think the result's going to just be stunning. I also want to acknowledge the many people before us on this council who contributed, to getting us where we are today. The late Councillor Philip Young and his work in the sector, former councillors Daphne Bell, Pippa Mahood, they all had a hand in this. and of course, Martin, Councillor Gallagher. So thank you for what you do for our city. We appreciate it. And I look forward to supporting you in the future and definitely supporting you today. Write a reply.
Fully endorsed. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Are we doing this by hands or? Yeah. If you vote by show of hands, all those in favor?
Carried unanimously. I just want to test it before.
Madam Chair, a procedural question.
We'll give you 10 minutes. All right. I think we will take a break before heading into the next item. If we can reconvene at 11 a.m., please.
Madam Chair, just a procedural question on
Yes.
item 8 before we go to a break.
Mhm.
Is it your intention to try to break up each of these parts? Because in my opinion, it's not particularly well laid out currently.
Yep, we will be breaking it up into parts.
Could you help us understand what parts?
We'll come back after the break and be more clear with it.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson.
Hey, Amy, how long's the break?
Morning, Ewan. It's Michelle. We're coming back at 11.
Thanks, Mish. Cheers.
Thank you, everyone. We shall kick back into it. Alrighty. Item 8, I will hand over to staff. Just to answer Councillor Wilson's question from before the break, we will take questions on the entire item, but when it comes to voting, we will take it in parts. So the team is splitting A to D and then E to H. Cool. I'll hand over to you, Maria.
Kia ora koutou, Chair Kesh, Me Paula, Mangai and elected members. I'm Maria Barry, the Parks and Recreation Unit Director, and I've got beside me Debbie Saunders from the Property Group who provided the independent review. I also have in the room Luke Archbold and Karen Kwok, who have been instrumental to forming up this report. So elected members will remember that we were originally asked to look at options for CBD community facilities across 2 of the sites, and largely driven by the displacement of the aged concern people at the Celebrating Age building on Victoria Street. Later on, the Founders Theatre site was added to the mix, and we were asked for an independent analysis and report on the sites, but also the proposals. So insert the Property Group who have done that for us. Now, there has been much discussion about this report. There has been a working group of elected members who worked alongside us. There have been a couple of briefings. There were meetings at the TOTI offices. Where the report and staff recommendation has landed is attempting to find a way forward for the 30 Victoria Street property and the Municipal Endowment Fund, and notes that the Property Group, that there is an existing resolution in regards to the Founders Theatre building, that there has been some time constraints. So there is part of the staff recommendation does enable TOTI to have a little bit more time to consider all the various experts' advice, consolidate the proposal and come back with a full and final. So given all the discussion on the matter, I'm going to leave it there and open for questions.
Thank you, Maria. I will signal that I will move the staff recommendation as is, and Councillor Casey Cox to second.
Can I just ask a question for clarity for the process?
Sure.
Are we just talking about Founders at this moment, or are we talking about the item which is community facilities in the broad? What are we doing here?
We're talking about the item.
The item. So you want questions addressed to the overall, you know, what we need in community space, not, it's just with the introduction being solely about Founders, I got a bit confused as to what we were discussing.
Okay, so sorry for the confusion, Mayor Paula. As I said, and perhaps I should have gone into a bit more detail in terms of why we've landed on that staff recommendation. So there was extensive consultation with the community about what was needed. The certainty that came out of that consultation was essentially that aged concern were displaced, and there were a number of user groups who were displaced along with them. So when we looked at the staff recommendation and that opportunity to redevelop 30 Victoria Street, it was looking at that being the most urgent need, therefore that being the recommendation. There are a lot of users that TOTI have been engaging with, some of whom are the same users who are in the mix for Ward Street, and also who are occupying space outside the CBD. So what I was mentioning before about that wider piece of work that's coming to the long-term plan is a capacity demand study about what's happening beyond the CBD, and the LTP potentially being the opportunity to resolve any further options.
Thank you. So as I said, I've moved the whole suite of recommendations with Anna seconding. We'll be taking questions on the whole item, but when we come to voting, we'll be splitting. Councillor Wilson is trying to ask a question, which.
Madam Chair, I'm just trying to be helpful. I'm getting a little confused by your narrative in the sense that you initially thought you were going to break parts out. Now you're saying that you've moved the entire item in its entirety. Can I ask you, wouldn't have it made more sense to move A through to D, which seems to be dealing with the age concern, and then moving the founders totally separate as a separate item?
Yeah, that's exactly what we've done. Sorry, I wasn't clear. They have been split, and I have moved the staff recommendation as a starting point for both.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
I guess my point being is I would have loved to have had a bit of a chat to you in line with the fact that the MEF is playing a critical role in that first part. But I think I'm following your logic.
Okay. Thank you.
How do you want to handle amendments? Because Councillor Thompson and myself would have an amendment in its entirety. But we could split it as well. So
Okay.
do you want?
If you can split it, I think that would be
Amy
easier.
now, and I
Yeah.
don't know if there are others. Yeah.
Thank you.
To clarify, did you want to include those small changes in your motion?
I haven't actually seen them.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah.
It'll come through.
Okay.
And we can have a look at it and
Okay, maybe
see. Yeah.
if we get it worded, that first part sent around, Amy, that would be.
Is it as I sent to you? I just didn't get confirmation that you were comfortable. Cool.
Okay, so
I'll work on that. Will.
okay. Any more questions on the process before we move into the item itself? Perfect.
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam
Yep.
Chair. I'm trying to be helpful. Procedurally, I'm having real difficulty understanding how you could have moved in its entirety when you're now saying that there are small amendments that need to be done. You can't do both. So is that the motion in its entirety? Or do you want some time to formulate your motion to give some chance for others maybe to move amendments and for shadow amendments? Do you see what I'm saying? You're saying you've moved it, but you're then also saying to us, oh, we're going to change a little bit of it. You can't do both, surely. Maybe.
No, I can't. I'm just going to get governance to answer. Just a second.
Just from some of the understanding of what I've heard is that Kesh and Anna have both indicated that they may be willing to include the amendment, which I'm about to circulate, that has come from Deputy Mayor O'Leary, I apologise deeply, and Councillor Sarah, that may be able to be included, so there wouldn't need to be a motion and an amendment. We would just have one item. Otherwise, we will take the motion, which is the staff recommendation, A, B, C, D, and then we'll take their amendment.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, two sort of group of questions. Firstly, Maria, just around the MEF component. So in the previous public forum, we had, gentlemen talk about the 68 million, but I'm wondering if you can perhaps extrapolate that a bit more, because that doesn't obviously talk about the fact that we might put a commercial lens over it, sell part back, apartment, mixed use. Where's all that sitting in the mix?
So the MEF option, as I understand it, is that it would provide a minimum of 1,000 square metres community space, which would be necessary to accommodate the previous tenants. That is was a similar size to what they've got now, but the space would be largely reconfigured into 2023 standards. So you'll get a lot more bang for that space, if you like. And then what happens to the rest of the structure would be largely designed by the MEF fund in consultation with the community user groups to get that complementary and commercial element to make it affordable. So the options that the property group aren't necessarily going to be the same price as what the MEF lands on, does that make sense?
So going forward today, if that MEF component of the resolution, wherever we land, is approved, is that a working, the next iteration will flesh that detail out?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, remembering that the property group were only working with concept plans. So they could only price at a conceptual level. We weren't getting down to the carpet's going to be green and the curtains are going to be blue. Like, it is quite a broad.
Okay, and just finally on that point, so the 68 million thereabouts in the report is cost only, but the actual net cost may be 30 million depending on commercial outcome or something like that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Possibly a question for you, Debbie, from the property group. Just in your experience with renovations, obviously we've got the founders, in a potential counter position in terms of financing. What's your view on that? Appreciating you weren't given, I don't know where the remit was for you in terms of cost comparison, but also just your experience in terms of dealing with large scale public refurbishments.
Well, essentially, until you start the project, you don't discover all those things that are hidden behind the walls. And also, once you trigger a building consent, then you have to bring the building to current standards with that for the building code. So costs can be significant and there can be a lot of unknowns. So the risks are a lot higher for a refurbishment, but acknowledging that building costs are such today that there is a lot of value in a base build, but it depends on the standard of that base build and the complexity and things like seismic, etc.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you. Just one of the I guess, feedbacks that I've heard from the community regarding the time that it may take to develop more community facilities in the CBD, and a suggestion that the founders may be, the refurbishment of the founders might be a quicker way of achieving some community space. I just wonder about your response to that.
So it might be, but from our read of the Toti proposal, and we actually don't know who the founders site will accommodate. So that's not been determined. A lot of the user groups, as I mentioned in the introduction, some are currently housed at Norris Ward, some are housed in council-owned buildings and other sites, and some are housed elsewhere. So until we can really narrow that field and understand who and what form any founders refurbishment would take, it's really difficult to answer that question.
Thank you.
Mayor Southgate.
Yes.
Straightforward ones. In terms of how this sits, this report today, and the bigger report that I understand is coming to inform the LTP. I mean, I know you're aware of my question because I've been talking with you. I need to understand how they fit together because, prior to Kesh in this role, prior to others when I had this role, we talked about having one place to understand what is required for the entire community in terms of community services and facilities, and what have we got and where's the best place to provide for all of those gaps that we currently have. Now, I understand that's coming to inform the LTP, but this would see us making substantial financial decisions ahead of that. Can I just talk about can you explain to me how that fits together, that work fits together? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So we've done the analysis on the central city, and that analysis is telling us that the aged concern are displaced. They're not able to run their services. There's no sites that are suitable for them to do what they need to do for the aged community. So that's why we're suggesting that we do get on with investigating a solution for them. You're quite right, there is wider work. So very initial, we've gone out to all community spaces, schools, churches, not only council owned. We are finding that there are some facilities that do have space. There are some barriers to those groups wanting to open their doors. So some of those kind of initial comments are, well, look, we're volunteers and it's quite a hassle for us. And, you know, we open our doors to vandalism or all these other things. So there's potentially some space that's not fully utilised in the city. We need to do that more work, and that's what we're doing for the next LTP is what space is there? What are the groups telling us about whether that space is fit for purpose or likely to serve their needs for the future? And what are the types of spaces that they would need to continue their services for the future?
Okay, so given that we're facing a number of quite expensive developments / redevelopments in this meeting today and going forward, are we likely to see some different need coming out of that final report that puts us also in another situation of huge cost? I mean, I'm not trying to delay for those people who need space. I'm asking how it all fits together. So at the end of the day, we know exactly that we've got every community group well managed in the right place for their needs, which is of course the outcome, right? Well, it is for me anyway.
So we know that there's some issues now. Tiffany spoke about the constraints that are in their space. We've previously talked to council about Puketi Neighbourhood House celebrating age and Te Papanui. I think it's been reasonably well documented that there is definite need in those communities and that those communities are happy to open up their doors for other groups to come in and co-locate and hub. So we don't have all the answers yet. But what we do know is if we delay it all, then we have a bow wave.
So you don't think that this could, just be provocative, is it going to lead to winners and losers, or because we've only got so much money, or are we going to be able to accommodate the full outcome?
Well, I mean, we do have a 10-year planning process. We haven't previously planned for community facility in the city. I think it was mentioned in public forum that Western Community Centre is the only fit for purpose centre in the city. So I guess the choice is with council if they wish to plan for the provision of that or not.
Last question, thank you. In respect to Founders' proposition, clarity in the parking. I saw the parking figures in their document that was circulated to us this morning. So I wanted to check on what was the correct number of off-street parking for Founders, not street side parking, which is commuter parking as well. And whether the TOTI proposal includes or would not include the enhancement of the green space that we were proposing there, or would that go by the by? And just one thing, factual thing, they said the speaker told us this morning, 16th of May for their full business case. That is still the hard date for their business case to come in.
And so there was a bit in there.
Yeah, sorry. Parking, just very quickly, in terms of stuff that's not on the street, but the hard 60. And so that bigger number includes the strip of parking opposite Frank Cafe and down the two streets either side of park.
Yes, potentially.
Right, potentially, which have multi-use parking.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Enhancement, if going with the TOTI's request, would we still have money to do any of the additional enhancement in the green space?
My understanding of the TOTI request is that it is requesting that council put in the $4 million that's allocated for. So at the moment, we've got a live project to demolish Founders and redevelop the space. My understanding is that TOTI were going to request that money gets diverted to their proposal. And you'll see on page 199, we did a cost comparison of the two proposals, and there was a nominal sum in the TOTI proposal to do some judging up of the outdoor space, but it wasn't as extensive as what you would get for the full proposal. So
Okay, cool, that's fine. And the business case, is it coming back to us full and final on 16th of May?
Well,
How
that
does it
is,
sit with this resolution that you provide the staff recommendation today?
so that is the intention of the staff recommendation, notwithstanding that that has previously been a resolution.
Correction, I think it's the 19th of May.
19th. Yeah.
19th May, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, 19th. Thank you. Just want to know where we're heading. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you. That's
Paula.
me.
Councillor Pike, and then I'll come to Councillor Ewan afterwards. Apologies, my questions have been answered in part by Councillor Casey Cox's question and me, Paula. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Question to Maria. I just want to verify if we sign off on the staff recommendations, at least in regards to celebrating age 30 Victoria Street, the MEF will do its own analysis and come up with its own recommendation, correct? We're not obliged necessarily to use the property group. We can go through our own due diligence.
Absolutely, Councillor Ewan. We are suggesting that the leaseholders, existing leaseholders and stakeholders have the opportunity to provide input and have regular progress updates.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Can I just test that a little bit further? Clearly, there's an expectation that this has to make a return, and there's a chance that the MEF will see a mixed use of both the community space in perpetuity, but we may have residential apartments, etc. Have we had any feedback from the community groups that they wouldn't want to participate with a residential development?
No, we haven't. And I don't think, in fairness, Councillor Ewan, that there has been a specific conversation about residential, and I would expect those conversations happen through the MEF work.
Right, because I think one of the speakers in the public forum spoke of a commercial mix, and I just wanted to make sure in the broader sense of the commercial mix, it wasn't just offices, it could be apartments, it could be a combination of all of those things.
Yes, so I think so, Councillor Ewan, and I think it's relatively clear that any proposal would need to work for both parties for it to be successful.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
I'll keep this really clear. So two questions first on founders. First to you, Maria. What do we know about the current condition of founders outside of external vandalism?
So we have got some old condition assessments.
Yeah.
We know there has been deterioration.
Yeah.
We know that there has been some water getting in.
Yep.
But we don't have a current professional opinion on the condition of the founders.
Yep. And if we were to do a condition assessment, or Toti to do a condition assessment, would that give us the information that we need?
It very much depends on the level, and Debbie might be able to help me with this one, but my understanding is a lot of the issues with a building like this will be where you can't see. So the water has been getting into the cavities and parts of the building that are not open. And so there's different methodologies in terms of assessing that depending on how much money you want to spend.
Yeah. So my second part of that question was to you, Debbie. Thank you, because you said something earlier around all those things discovered within the walls make refurbishment a higher risk. So can you just expand on that comment a little bit for us?
Certainly. So typically you'd have a look, and because the building is vacant, you can do what we call invasive testing and research. So you can start to take panels off and to understand and have a look. So once you decide what you want to do, so determine what's fit for purpose, you go back, determine what you've got, and then how do you close that gap and what does that look like? But right now that hasn't been done.
Okay, and a condition assessment is something that would deliver that, depending, like Maria has said, on the brief would depend on the amount of funding. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just before I go into my last question, just to let committee members know that Councillor Thompson and myself are working that into a motion amendment, and we've also spoken with Toti around it as well. So just my second question is on the general CBD community facility spaces. Maria, has our brief been a bit narrow here? My concern is that, and I'm a big fan of community neighbourhood houses, and I think they do tremendous work. I didn't really see a lot of that included within the report, whether if, and HMS Trust is I know it's not a neighbourhood house, but it's a great example of expanding what's already there. Did we look at that in this report, or is that to come with the audit?
No, so this report was, or the scope of this work was limited to the central city.
Yeah.
We have reported at least twice before on that wider work that we are doing that survey in time for the LTP of the wider community facility needs.
Okay, so is that the audit that you were talking about? And so just to be sure, because again, that's something that Councillor Sarah and myself are wanting to slightly widen the motion, that absolutely you understand the intent, or my wish would be to look at the opportunities of expanding Western Community House, Puketi, I know that's on here, Enderley and all those other things.
Yes, so taking a network view.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, just one thing to follow on. The condition assessment report that you talked of, when was the last one done? Or how many years ago? Or
if Sean Murray's online, his memory might be quicker than my recall to look it up. But
Councillor Dots as well. Let me just see. It was prior to being closed.
Hi, Sean.
Yes, hello. The last condition report was probably done back in 2018.
Yeah.
But as Maria has said, since it's been closed, there has been a degree of deterioration, and there's certainly a fair amount of mould and quite apparent leaks coming through the roof.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bidder.
We've got some options that range from 41 million to 67 million. What happens to the community groups if we as a council decide not to support any of those options?
Well, they would either remain in their current facilities, or they would be displaced, or continue to be displaced. I think there is a table in the property group report which does give an indication of the status of the community groups, page 127.
Thank you. Next question. Because we are only dealing with rough order of costs estimates, is this essentially a square metre rate comparison as to what is the preferred options?
Yes, so you have the QS's assessment of what's required, and rates are applied to various aspects. Again, the property group analysis provides a breakdown of which areas are priced.
Yeah. Currently, the Founders has the highest square metre rate according to the property group report. Would it make a difference with Toti's square metre rate being around $2,500 a square metre as opposed to $3,500 a square metre for the lowest option? Would that make a difference?
Well, I just probably might be useful to remind you that we were asked to provide an independent. So we had the Toti report, and the task that we were tasked with was to provide an independent analysis, and that's essentially what. So we weren't asked necessarily to work with and compare notes. It was a completely independent view.
Yeah. And finally, if we wanted to help Toti get some greater certainty and commitments from user groups and funders, which is what they need to give us the information we need to make a decision, what are the options in terms of building ownership or control or right to use that we can help Tony with?
So we do have some precedent with that, although slightly different. The Cote Pacifica example, you might remember, or those of you who were on council might remember that early on, Cote had some funds in the bank and a feasibility study, full feasibility study, and that's the point when council agreed to enter into agreement that signalled an intent to lease, which is the piece that enabled them to unlock further funding. In terms of a precedent, as I say, the difference between the two is that Cote had a secured seed fund and a detailed feasibility Deloitte study at the time that that was approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, Maria, I've got a question about point 50 on page 45. And that's in regard to during engagement with the property group, Tony have suggested council would transfer funding currently earmarked for demolition and the park upgrade budget.
Yep.
That's how much does that come to? Is that 4 million plus 1 million?
Yep.
And which shares budget is that?
So there's a table,
Just trying to recall.
0.78.
Okay.
It has all been deferred into next financial year.
That's next financial year. Yep. And so what would be the implications of that? That's $5 million that we would be transferring.
Yes. At the moment, only $1 million of it is operational funding. So council would change the 4 million from capex to opex, which would or could have some impact on rates.
So it would become 5 million opex, would it?
Well, it would have to become an operational grant. So we can't give Totty capital money if we're not going to own the building. So if the ownership retained with council could chip that in under capex, but if the ownership is not to remain with council, it would have to be converted to opex.
Okay, so that would be 5 million opex, and that has a direct impact, doesn't it, on rates?
Well, I mean, it reverses some of the savings that have potentially been made in the annual plan for next financial year, if that is the option.
Thank you. That's all. I just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Maria, there was some discussion around the use of non-council facilities and maximising the use of those for community groups. And I understand one of the barriers to that is the work that it entails to actually, for those groups who have buildings, to then do bookings and arrange them and all of that stuff. Could you, I guess, give some more information around how we might be able to facilitate the use of those and what you might be able to bring to the long-term plan for us to look at as an option?
So more work needs to be done to understand those barriers. Obviously, that what I reported was just very high-level initial findings, but you might have potentially a role at council that helps with those bookings. You could have systems that help with those bookings. There are multiple other options that could help open. The key there is that we don't own the assets, so we would only be influencing that discussion. We don't.
But could it possibly be a staff action to come to us for the long-term plan with a proposal of some kind that enables community use of existing spaces outside of council ownership?
Yeah, so absolutely, Councillor Sarah, that's the intent of the work. So the first part is understand the capacity, understand the demand, and then we'll start looking at how best to close those gaps.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other burning questions? Have we answered? Yes. Councillor Anna and I have had a look at the additions that Sarah and Angela were proposing, and we're both happy to include that in the motion. I'm referring to the first part.
Madam Chair, can we see that?
Yep.
Is that going to be up on the board? No.
Yep. And Councillor Van Oosten, you've got a question?
Oh yeah, just before we go to the motion, I just wanted to pick up on just a point Councillor Ewan was discussing with regard to the MEF proposal, and just have a bit of an understanding about what kind of commercial activity might be considered. There was some suggestion during the public forum that would need to closely align with the other occupiers of the community space, and also just to have a bit of an understanding about what kind of parameters might be around determining what that suitability might be.
Who would like to answer that?
So, Councillor Maxine, from a staff perspective, it would make sense for activities to be complementary. So you wouldn't necessarily want a loud band playing during the day when Age Concern or others we're wanting to operate. So I guess the recommendation is that Age Concern are party to the conversations, but we didn't want to limit the possibilities at this point, because we actually haven't done the work about what would work and what wouldn't work, and then you've got the financial element and the return on investment element. So there is a few little nuances in the middle to sort out.
Mm-hmm. And I guess also, I mean, we wouldn't want to put any unethical or questionable kind of activity.
No, I don't believe we would, Councillor Maxine.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, did you have a question on?
Yeah. A process question on your motion. I guess two questions. One, isn't that inherent in the earlier narrative?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Bullet point 5 or V.
Yeah.
Isn't that inherent in the previous language anyway?
It is, but Deputy Mayor, do you want to clarify?
Just it is actually supposed to be E, isn't it? I can't see. Request that future development of buildings. So we've just struck out in the central city because.
No, not that one.
Oh,
talking about V.
V5.
Oh,
at the top.
Roman numeral V.
Oh, provide a community. Can you make it bigger? Space for. Oh, so that the intent there was the report talks a lot about 3 groups, and we would like staff to make or the MEF to consider in their brief that it's a space if it's redeveloped or new.
Of course,
it's a
no, I
space
just thought it
for-
was inherent in the it says up the top the development of commercial and community space. So, but whatever. I just thought it was sort of repeating itself, but that's fine. I guess another question for governance. D, Amy, can this group recommend to the MEF Endowment Fund? I would have thought the terms of reference limited that to the Economic Development Committee.
Sorry, you're meaning the first D that is in red, correct?
Yeah.
There will be a recommendation to the council that the advisory group is increased, not a recommendation to the MEF.
Okay.
So it'll still go to council for.
Yes, and that's just purely because when we set that one up, it was as an internal panel, which is why it's in the governance structure a little bit different, and that sits under council to make that change.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor, did you have a question?
In terms of process, Chair, are you happy to include, so Councillor Sarah and I want a condition assessment report, and as I indicated,
I think that'll come in the next part.
You want to do that separately? Okay.
Because there's a couple of amendments to that.
All right.
Second half.
Okay, cool.
Councillor Wilson? You're on mute.
Yes, actually most people prefer me on mute.
No comment.
nobody's spoken to me about the extra people joining the MEF, and I guess I'm asking the mover, had there been an intention to chat? Because I think I currently chair that working group. This is all news to me. So it's a question of the mover of the amendment.
Councillor Wilson has a question around the MEF and adding more councillors to that group, which I'm comfortable with because it does explore community use from my perspective. But did you want to add something?
Yeah, look, it was exactly just that. And talking to some members around the table, because this, as a result of this project also going to the MEF group, that there was an opportunity to put a couple more members on that so that we had a wider, more balanced view around the table.
I guess, Madam Chair, the reason I raised that is one, as I said, I'm the chair and one would have assumed somebody would have chatted to me. Secondly, the entire modus operandi of the MEF was to be small. And if you look at its original terms of reference, that is its purpose. But, you know, that's fine. It's a decision of council. I will happily come off it because I really think we need it to be small and agile. So you could, if you're coming on and Councillor Muku, that would sort of balance it up because we only want 4 or 5, I think, to be able to move in an agile way.
Yeah, I'm
so
going to ask.
Would the mover mind indeed just removing Councillor Wilson and adding yourself and Councillor Muku? Thank you.
I'm going to ask the Mayor to comment on this because it does fall under full council. Mayor Paula?
Thank you. Look, I was not aware until last night that this was an idea. I absolutely oppose to you leaving it because you're in that position because of your considerable portfolio in the Central District. Central Business District and Economic Development is absolutely 100% aligned with it. And it's you and Ryan and me, and I haven't been up, and Jeff and Mark, yeah.
Yeah, so that's my point there, Paula. We already have Mark, Jeff, so there's 4 or 5. It will now be 7 or 8.
I think the idea, and look, I didn't propose it, Ewan, and certainly I don't think you should come off all the same because you're one of the most relevant portfolios for the business, as is Councillor Hamilton. Having said that, I think the only idea was to provide a voice for the community in terms of, you know, the intersection between what you're doing and the community spaces. It might provide for some integration of thought there. That was all. And Moko comes with a unique perspective also and was keen. You know me, I get what you're saying about agility in small groups. I absolutely do. But if something adds a bit of value, then I'm open-minded about it. But I don't think you should come off, and I think it's the wrong time to have a knee-jerk reaction to come off something at this point in this meeting.
Yeah, well, Mayor Paul, with all due respect, the frustration is, of course, it would have been courtesy for us to have had this discussion, and this is the first time hearing about it.
Yeah, it's not my motion, Ewan, so I only heard late last night. And you're away. You're away, so it wasn't suitable to ring you at that time.
I've spoken to 2 councillors in the last 24 hours, so it's not like you can't speak to me.
All right.
It's okay.
Not my motion. Not my motion.
Sorry.
Sure.
It's not kind of our motion, but it's sort of it. Chair, I wonder, can we just hear from governance? Because I was on the understanding there were only 3 members of the group, but I've just heard from someone there 5. Oh, so can you confirm the members on?
4 members, based on the governance structure. We have Councillor Wilson, Mayor Southgate, Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Donovan.
Okay. Look, I think just for smooth sailing, if you're happy, because it's your motion now, just remove that and then we can have a wider discussion. And if we want to change it, bring it to council. You know, we don't want to upset anyone.
Are you comfortable with that, Anna? Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Just keep it clean,
Just
yeah.
have that conversation
Yeah,
outside of this. And
Just another note that councillors, I mean, it's been really difficult to for me to get to these meetings because my
Yeah.
diary availability is rarely factored into this particular one. But in respect to this, councillors are invited and open to attend any of these working group meetings, even though they are kept to a smaller number to allow agility.
Yep.
So, yeah, and we can provide a integrated conversation in the forum as well, a different forum.
so thank you. We don't have any more questions on this item. And we've got a mover and a seconder for the first half. So what I propose to do is we take the vote on the first half, or would it be simpler to get through the second half?
Yep, if you're willing to go through the
Yep.
we can.
So
Right. Do it anyway. Let's do it.
all right. Yep. So I'll welcome debate on the first half. And we'll vote on the first half and then we'll move to the second half, just to keep things clean. So as mover of the motion, I don't actually have much more to add. Thank you to the team for the work that you've pulled together. I look forward to what the MEF group can come up with in that space. And yeah, I'm just glad to see that we are addressing the urgent needs of our aged community. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Abish. You look really good to support this. This is the fact that the Celebrating Age Centre sits on municipal endowment land. It's a no-brainer in terms of exploring the opportunity, not only the land ownership, but also whether there's a commercial opportunity for the MEF fund to do something special with a combination of community use, commercial retail, and potentially even, who knows, apartments with a commercial outcome that can provide win-wins for multiple people in our community and society. So none of it's predetermined. There's still a lot of work to do. But this is what is really exciting about doing work, particularly around CBD, particularly around our river, and particularly around multiple positive outcomes for our community.
Awesome. Deputy Mayor Leary.
Yeah, thank you. Where are we? We're not talking founders, are we? No, not yet. MEF. So yeah, look, I think this is good for the group to focus on. I personally believe it's a new build is the way to go. Quite frankly, Celebrating Age is an old, smelly, unfit for purpose building. And, you know, there's no, apart from the location for groups being accessible with the CBD, and that's a positive, there's nothing special about the building. It has no historical or heritage elements. And I've not heard anybody that was particularly enamoured with any aspect of the building, including the possums in the roof and all those other things. I still would like the group to, well, I want them to be innovative, and I know that they will, but I've harped on in this chamber constantly about selling airspace, and I know that just on the face of that, it might be, well, here's a whole list of things of how we can't do it, but Auckland did do it, and they basically got their community floor or in community space, I wouldn't say for free, but very, very low cost, because quite frankly, these numbers in here are eye-watering, and we are just not in that space to be able to fund a $67 or $62 million new build for what the report talks about are three groups. And I'm not saying that, I certainly support the groups that want to use the space, but we need to innovate in this. If we do partner with a developer, I am absolutely confident we can, you know, the ratepayer can clip the ticket on this, and we can have a new build with a community hub that's available to lots of groups, not just two or three. Of course, we need anchor tenants, and that's really important because we need buildings to be activated. So hasn't been an easy process to get here, Madam Chair, but you've done a great job. So thank you, very happy to support it. And thank you for including our small tweaks.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
support this on a number of bases. We can't continue to delay the redevelopment of some of our community space because people are in not fit for purpose circumstances at the moment, including our senior members of our community. And so I think we need to crack on. I actually think the Municipal Endowment Fund group has done a great job at thinking outside the square about how we can start to fund things differently. We must think differently because Angela's absolutely right. It's extraordinarily expensive to provide fit for purpose community spaces for everybody who needs it right now. But we must make progress. Only one small thing that I have a difference of opinion with Angela about is that the Celebrating Age Centre, which was the Senior Citizens Club before that, and a variety of other names. I've read a pretty rich history from there. I've seen all the old photographs. Actually, my husband's uncle also was one of the presidents of the Senior Citizens way back and features on the wall in a very faded photo. But there was a lot of community involvement when it was set up, and it was set up to provide for our seniors a robust place for them to be part of city life. It's really important to me that they do remain near the CBD because it connects them with other precincts, which they are entitled to enjoy like everyone else, which is the theatre, Arts Post, Hood Street, shops, all within the CBD, and they enjoy it. And also, of course, it does have the beautiful view of the river, and why should not everyone have the opportunity to enjoy that? With Ewan and the MEF's team's work, we've got the opportunity to realise some significant contribution to this development, plus potentially generate revenue through things like cafe that people can use. The idea is not all that new. I remember Angela in a previous campaign talking about having community or commercial facilities on a ground floor and having other things up in the air on the other floors. I can't remember how you described it, Angela, but we absolutely have to look at airspace as a way of keeping costs down. And this is an exciting way of doing something differently.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I fully support the motion. When I first suggested that maybe the MEF could assist, it was on the basis that one, I knew council was cash strapped and the MEF had some funds and was in the business of trying to be a little innovative and come up with a commercial return as per its terms and references, as well as provide a community uplift. The reality is that the location at 30 Victoria Street is MEF land, and so it makes absolute sense that the MEF has a look at and sees what sort of commercial proposition it could come up with. It will inevitably involve a public-private partnership with parties. It may involve going out with expressions of interest to see what other parties would like to partner with us. And clearly, the plan would be to ensure at least 1,000 square metres of community space in perpetuity. And so we will certainly do the work at the MEF, and if it doesn't stack up commercially against our terms and references, we will hand it back to council, and council will then have a look at how it could fund something in the long-term plan. I was disappointed, to say the least, Madam Chair, that despite us speaking on the phone this morning, that I had no heads up that your intention was to put yourself on this committee with one other. The whole idea of the MEF is to be agile. It would make some sense that if a project that the MEF is having to look at has a community committee involvement, to have you join for that particular project. But I don't think it makes sense that you would simply become a member of the MEF for the sake of it. But I will certainly support the motion today. It's the step in the right direction. And as far as I can see, it would look like this is something we could get off the ground and at least provide 1,000 square metres of community space and manage our obligations to this existing group that have been occupying Celebrating Age. But I agree with the Deputy Mayor. Rather than go into this with preconceived ideas of what it would look like, we will let Nicholas and others and our experts come up with the best commercial option, and then council can decide whether they like it or not, and MEF will decide whether or not it meets its criteria.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
I hold the age-friendly portfolio, and I appreciate that might be a somewhat ironic position to hold as the youngest elected member, but I was really heartened hearing Jenny McGee speak about their support for the staff recommendation, because that shows, I think, a real commitment not only to these user groups, but also a wider commitment to the older people in our city and valuing them as an entire demographic of people. And I think that, you know, to just reiterate some of the points Jenny made around avoiding the social isolation of older people, and I think it's absolutely critical that we maintain the same location. I might perhaps disagree with the Deputy Mayor about the definition of smelly as a building. But I think regardless of how it smells or how it looks, maintaining the same location in terms of continuity of service and being able to provide that assurance for our older citizens that those services are there and they can rely on them, that we as council value those services and what they provide to the community, but also that we value them as citizens. So I just want to thank staff for working closely with those groups. Thank the organisations for working with council in order to get to this point, I guess, in the building process, as well as the MEF for being open to participating as well. So I'm really heartened by this, and particularly so in my role as age-friendly liaison. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, and obviously in support of the motion and in support of us ensuring that groups that provide important services for our wider community are housed. I just wanted to briefly provide some context around the slight tweaks in the wording to make sure that it's really clear. So in terms of providing a space fit for a wide range of users and max, I guess it's just about ensuring that when we're looking at this, we're not just looking at user groups who are currently there, but looking at how we ensure this is really well-used space and that it's always got, you know, the bookings are easy for people to use and that it will fit I guess, a reasonable number of uses to ensure, you know, it really is a well-used space. And secondly, it was just in D, clarifying that we've got a whole set of work underway to look at the community-wide community space needs, the citywide community space needs. And so it may be that the recommendations when taken as a whole come back with space that's in the central city, or it may be that actually the priority is first in some of our suburban centres or elsewhere. So it's just ensuring that we're not making any assumptions about the outcomes and that we're really looking at this as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Anna, you're fine as a seconder. Cool. I just wanted to note Councillor Van Oesten. Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Thank you, and thanks, Chair Kesh. It's not always easy to be chairing a mixed model meeting, so I appreciate your vigilance on that. Thank you, staff. Thanks, colleagues, for coming up with the proposal that sits in front of us right now. I think the Municipal Endowment Fund angle here gives us a unique opportunity to be able to take the expense of this building off council books and makes the provision of a fit for purpose community facility really possible, and without it impacting on our balancing the books or debt to revenue ratio is a really unique opportunity for us to fully explore. And so, you know, I look forward to the work of that committee under Ewan's chairmanship to be able to really grip up that work and get it done. I'm particularly encouraged by point 4 that talks to the input and regular progress updates with leaseholders and stakeholders, and think that that's a really critical part to do. We've heard Jenny and others talk about complementary activities that will be happening in there, and without the dialogue and ongoing input, tensions can rise around that. And so would want to be able to see that that's taken care of at the very earliest point. So I look forward to also seeing how it will be handled, how that might be able to work, and what other barriers might need to be able to be overcome in order for it to be fully accessible and, as Councillor Sarah talks about, maximising its use. When we put millions of dollars into projects, we want to see them used at every opportunity and be available to all. So yeah, that's all from me. Kia ora and thank you.
Thank you. I don't really have a right of reply apart to say, Councillor Wilson, I'm sorry we didn't get to finish our phone conversation this morning. There was no intention to exclude you, and look forward to the conversation about having a community perspective on the MEF for this project in particular. And yeah, I have confidence that we will come up with a solution. And we shall go to the vote on the board for this one.
Can we go on the hands, please, just until we solve another problem?
Sure. We'll vote by show of hands. So all those in favour?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to the second half of the item. So that's E to H.
Could we please take lunch? Just so I know there's a couple motions that I need to square up.
Lunch before this?
Yeah. I'm just aware that there's some wording that is coming in from people and I haven't had time to tidy them up.
Sure. Yep. All right. So we're going to break for lunch to allow the team to get the wording sorted, so that we have a clearer path when we come back. So we'll break for lunch now and be back at
40 minutes. All right. Can we come back at 1?
1.
Okay.
Yep, 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we just work through the wording of some motions and amendments. We're ready to restart? Yes. Cool. So over the break, Councillor Casey Cox and I have decided to withdraw our motion and instead Deputy Mayor O'Leary and Councillor Bidder have put up a motion. And this is the only motion on the table that's at this point. So if you want to take a minute to read it maybe, and we'll allow questions off the motion only at this point.
We'll just re-email it because there's been just a small change to the dates from what I emailed you during lunch.
So this brings it back, this is all consistent with the 19th, with the last day before evidence use both the condition and the full business case.
Yes.
Business case which must include revenue and contributions, financial contributions for the rebuild, that all has to be on the table on the 19th. Is that what this says? I want to be quite clear about that. Thank you.
Provision of confirmation from funders.
Written confirmation, not just.
Yes,
Just, without debate, obviously. Members, we have spoken, both Councillor Andrew and myself have spoken with Toti, and they are comfortable with this. They're comfortable with funding the condition assessment.
Any other questions about the motion before we move into debate? Nope. So with that, Deputy Mayor O'Leary, as mover.
Yeah, look, I think through questions and prior to this, Councillor Sarah and myself were working on working through this, that I do think it is the elephant in the room, the current 2-day assessment of the building. And we heard a little bit of staff about the movement of that since it's been closed since 2016. So I don't think council can make any step forward today past what the motion expresses without exactly knowing the condition. And I thank Toti for coming to the party with that. I will continue to say that since 2015, I've been on this journey, and I have consistently been consistent in looking for ways to save founders. And look, I won't go into too much of that today, but back then, the current Mayor of the day and myself put forward a motion of 20 million to fix the building then, and we may have been able to repurpose it. We may have still had the new regional theatre, who knows? But certainly way back in 2015 at a cost to refit of 20 million, I can see some relevance and accuracy in the current estimate of around 40 million. But this will give Toti the time to, I guess, come back with all of the lists of things. And let's be honest, we have been waiting for 2 years for all of these things, as well as a condition assessment. And then I think council will have all of the information to be able to make an informed decision. Also, we've included in there to be peer reviewed by an approved council independent party, so that you know, we've been going backwards and forwards for such a long time. And look, that's democracy, but we have included that as well. So I'm expecting full and final information or not to come back with this report. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I know the Deputy Mayor referred to another building earlier as smelly and unfit, and I've just recently heard that the toilets in this building have mushrooms in them, so I'd suggest it's in a similar vein. When I campaigned in 2016, Founders Theatre had been mothballed, and here we are 7 years later and in the same situation. This has become a sideshow. For some context, remember we gave Toti 3 months to do a business case, and then they came back with a business case that we all, well, most of us found embarrassingly wanting and underwhelming. But wait, there's more. Then out of pragmatism, Founders survived again because we wrapped it up in this community engagement capacity assessment. Then the property group, probably the preeminent professional commercial property consultant group in the country, has come back saying it explicitly doesn't stack up. Now Toti's group, whose business case we've previously passed over as completely underwhelming with no defined funding, are asking for another chance to compare apples with a group they shouldn't even be at the table. The LTP 2021 was considered the most engaged LTP this council has ever had. 84% of the community came back and said, remove the theatre and create a multi-purpose park. Every decision we dilly-dally around on this is a further slap in the face of the community who has spoken. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair Kesh. Look, I don't support it either. I oppose it, and I'd be hoping that the resolution back in May last year to go ahead with demolition is the one that we fall back on. Look, I don't think it's financially prudent. I struggle with the looseness of our approach towards Founders when you compare it with what's happening in the real world at the moment, let alone the council's financial position. You just think back to those extremely gloomy annual plan debates that we had, draft annual plan debates. You know, this council's 13 million in deficit, desperately trying to make cuts. We committed 25 million to the Waikato Regional Theatre, and then we're going to be asked to contribute to the running of that. Toti has talked about the council putting out 4 million for demolition and 1 million to create the park into their plan, which then means that's 5 million directly of OPEX in the next financial year that you can add to our deficit. So I'm just finding it really hard to reconcile that. And, you know, I mean, Toti's estimates are not accurate, obviously. Just as the staff report today states, we're coming into a serious recession. We have a responsibility for our community. This is sloppy decision making. I really struggle with this constant effort to repurpose Founders into a community space. Shoehorning community space into a building created for something else rarely works. There's many examples of it that we've tried. And look, one of them, Puketi Community House, is on our agenda today. We've got to learn from history. And as Ryan has referred to, it's been back and back and back. And this report today makes it clear that it isn't a realistic option. Page 46.62, Founders offers the lowest increase in extra community use meterage space, the highest cost per metre, the highest risk because of seismic rating and the deterioration of the building. So look, the saga continues, we push it out, and we pretend that the business case is going to turn up at the next meeting. I really think we actually just need to say, look, we've just got to let it go. We can't be all things to all people, but this council seems to continually try to do that. Sometimes you actually have to make the hard decision. And I suggest to you that the moment we decided on the Waikato Regional Theatre, that was the moment we made that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, the problem that Toby has always had is the ability to get user groups and funders committed to the project without the commitment from council to allow them to do it. And then the council says, we can't give you the commitment unless you have the commitment from the user groups and the funders. So it's very much a catch-22 situation. Somebody's got to take the first step to allow this to happen. What's missing from this motion at the moment is the next step of allowing Toti some sort of license or lease to have that certainty, to get the commitment, to get their business case working. So this is a good interim step to give us and them the time to sort out those details so that we can really get something that works. And it's really a question of the founders or nothing in the next 5 years, because I don't see us coming up with $67 million for a complete new build up and running within 5 years. So that's why I'm supporting the motion today.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, Chair Naidu-Rofe. Thank you for that. This is rolled on at continued cost to the ratepayer and no gain for quite some time. Totty has had time to do their independent work, and they do have the remainder of this month to achieve it. I thank them for their intent. I think it's a good intent, and their vision has been a good vision. I thank them for the documentation that they've supplied to us today, albeit just this morning. They have one further opportunity in this motion, no extension to the month, because I would not have supported it had it gone later than the already existing deadline of May the 19th. They have one further opportunity, in my view, to bring everything they need to have to the table. What we can find out about the condition through sharing information and through other information they may be able to gather. And I understand, and if I'm wrong about this, I'd like to be corrected before I do my vote. I understand they are going to, with this resolution, Totty will fund that condition report, so that won't come to the cost of ratepayers. So they have one further opportunity to do that. They have one further opportunity to do what they already knew they had to do, which is bring us a fully funded business case. And by which I mean, I need to see in writing pledges for money, agreements for money to rebuild. I need to see a model around the OPEX and the revenue and the financial sustainability of this building. So, I feel a bit frustrated, like previous speakers. I actually, a number of years ago, I said, I want to understand what community services and space we need more broadly. I want to understand, what do we really need for our community and where? And then we can create a fit for purpose outcome for all users. 2 more paragraphs, sorry. And that's where I'm still stand. I'm also aware of the offer by Momentum Trust to partner with us, and I welcome that because they deliver good projects when they partner. Founders is a sentimental issue, and I get that. I feel sentimental about it as well. I've been to so many plays there, but we have to be wise with ratepayers' money, and I'm not sure that I can see a future for this building with what we've been supplied so far. And I'm not prepared to go above a month to get that certainty. So they've got till the 19th of May. Let's see what they bring at that time, and then we can make a fully informed final decision. Because this is absolutely dragging on beyond where it should.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I will support the motion, and I thank Councillor Angela and Councillor Andrew for working together on this. Firstly, it's an issue of natural justice, in my view, that we give Totty a reasonable amount of time, and I think a month is reasonable, to respond now that they've had an opportunity to see the property group report. They've so far only had a few days since the agenda came out publicly. So I think that it's a fair step to give them that opportunity. I do think that also a condition assessment would be, it's the question hanging over this whole thing is what really is the condition of the building right now, given the likely deterioration that has occurred over the last few years since we last had a thorough look at it. And that could come back and say, look, there really are bigger problems than we thought there were, or that we knew of, and that it's just not viable. Or it could come back and say, actually, it's not as bad as we feared. There's always going to be unknowns, but at least this gives us a greater degree of certainty around whether or not the final proposal stacks up. Finally, I can't remember what I was going to say. Finally. Yeah, so my final thing, it has come back to me, is that I guess this very strong message to Toti that we're looking for a robust business case. We're looking for, I guess, as much as possible, independent analysis. And so please talk to your funders as immediately, and I guess there isn't that much time. Please work as quickly as possible to get a really robust proposal back to us, because yeah, the clock has really struck midnight at this point.
And Cinderella or Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Chair. I won't be supporting the motion for the same reasons that councillors Jeff and Ryan talked about. There's some key facts here in play that we all need to be quite across. One is that obviously current condition is less than miserable. The intended use has still got some heavy uncertainty about it. And of course, then there's the budget, which, you know, those financials just don't stack out for what I can, from what I can see. A multi-use building for the future, yep, could be great, but you get me 3 or 4 groups that can all work in harmony in one place at one time, and you'll have the proverbial goose that lays the golden egg. Look, the quantum that Andrew Bidder talked about, the 67 million, that can be negated through commercial use as well, which means that number would reduce. And just to reiterate what Mayor Paula said, where we have to be wise with ratepayer money, I think that the prudent decision is to stick to our guns on what we had decided back in May last year. You can't blame Toti for their passion and their fanaticism for wanting this building to stay standing. I graduated in that building. I know what it's like, but you know, for me, that'll be a distant memory. As my fellow councillor Ryan mentioned, I'll probably be going to the aged concern place soon. So, but anyway, exactly. Like Sarah, I've forgotten else what else I was going to say. So I can crack myself up. Is that the first signs? Is that the first sign? Yeah. Thank you. Do I mention my name's not called?
The sign in front, you're safe. All right. For myself, look, I've supported demolishing the building previously because I felt a bit of founders fatigue, I think is the term. And we're going, and you know, this roundabout way of just not making a decision. And I think we owe it to our ratepayers to actually make a decision. So in this decision, I think personally, I'm weighing out the risk of waiting 2 months or not. I know that council, we've got budget till the end of this year, meaning end of June, to maintain or look after the building. And then after that, there's no money in it to keep doing that. So I think the risk of waiting for 2 months is fairly low. And I hear your points around you know, natural justice and giving them time to respond. So I will support the motion and give them the time. But like Mayor Paula said, you know, I need to see a really strong business case. I need to see where the money is coming from. But I think that if I don't see it in June, then the final curtain will close. Right of reply, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to respond to a couple of comments. Councillor Hamilton said this has become a sideshow, and I understand the rhetoric around this, but this is also the democratic process, and it is also what happens when a decision crosses over 2 councils. We never went out to the community, I've said this many times, at the time of consultation to propose a community hub. Councillor Taylor said this is sloppy decision making, and again, this is the democratic process. And when you disagree with a proposed decision, which is Councillor Bidder and my proposed decision, it doesn't devalue that decision, and it doesn't mean that the work we've done to put this forward is sloppy. I reject that. Councillor Naidu-Rofe, you said we owe it to ratepayers to make a decision. Absolutely we do. But I'll remind the members that hold this view the next time they ask for another report, the next time they ask for an extension of time. This is the democratic process, and if you don't like it, then you need to remove yourself from council. Things take a long time in local government, and I, more than anyone, can get very frustrated by that. But that's democracy. We don't live in an autocracy. And Councillor Bidder and myself and anyone else who will support the motion before us today, we are representing members of the community. This is not just about Toti and what they want. This is bigger than that. This is us voicing the democratic, sorry, what was that? No? The democratic process. This is what we are here to do. We're not here to impart our views of a particular person, a particular group, or a particular decision in front of us. Thank you.
Yep. We're going to go to the vote on the board. The buttons are working. So we'll call for the vote, please.
The motion is carried, 12 for, 3 against. So those that are on Zoom, Councillor Van Oosten and Councillor Wilson have voted in favour.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on to item 9, Puketi Enderley Community Facilities proposals. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair Kesh and councillors again. A public apology for my former slip of the tongue, and I'm referring to Councillor Milena and Moko as Mangai as opposed to councillors, so I do apologise. There's been a lot of conversation this morning about community facilities and the benefits of fit for purpose community facilities. You heard from Scott, who actually stole most of my thunder in terms of the introduction for this report earlier on. But the purpose of this report is to inform you on a proposal for the development of a purpose-built facility to service the Puketi area, to seek approval to commence a reclassification process for parts of Ashurst Park to enable it, and to seek approval to reallocate renewals funding to enable the build. Now, due to all of the discussion, I think it's probably best to leave things there and open up for questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I've had a lot to do today, haven't I? Just a question, and my sincere apologies if it is in the report, but in terms of the external $2 million funding, is there an expectation that Puketi House has to do that, or we're doing that? Because we've got our external funding group, haven't we?
So we've tried a slightly different model with this one and walking alongside the community. So rather than they're doing this and we're doing that, we're doing it together.
Okay. Yeah.
And Anita can provide a summary of like her professional opinion of what the likelihood.
Yeah, could you do that? That'd be helpful.
Yeah, so we have a pledge of $1 million already for the capital. And we've had strong indications for another 500,000. And yeah, we have a good prospect pipeline for the rest. So.
Oh, great.
It might be worth noting that those pledges are based on the business case proposal. Yeah,
and obviously that money is the application is from council, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Just want to check that in my reading I've covered this off. this facility, this northwest facility in Hamilton, Puketi Community Neighbourhood House will be able to use it, but they won't be the only users of it. It'll be a community hub much larger and bigger than that.
Absolutely. And if you remember from Scott's presentation, the opportunity to invite other agencies in that they currently can't do. The wider opportunity in terms of it does free up about 200 square metres of space within the sports dome for a potential another user to use, and a real opportunity to activate that whole park with the partnership pool, community hub, sports dome, fields.
And just in terms of the management of that, how do you see that being managed in terms of maximise, because there's a lot of money to spend, so it's about maximising every nook and cranny of the facility?
Yes, and I understand that there is a potential in the motion.
Why has it been an addition?
Was there an addition or not?
Is there? I think we discussed it.
So essentially, through the lease clauses, we would have an opportunity to put conditions in to make sure that community use is maximised in any special clauses. But there was an addition that has been suggested this morning, which goes a little bit broader than that.
So it'd be around ensuring that any agreements we have with community houses where we provide grants, at the moment it's through contestable multi-year grants, but we are reviewing our funding model at the moment, that there would be measures against that funding for community houses to achieve on, which would include, maximising the use of space.
So one of the models that we've used in a sporting facility, but not a community facility, not a social community facility, is the Peak, where we had an independent manager to manage over a variety of uses. Do you see that as having benefit in the future for some of these larger community hubs? Will Puketi Community Neighbourhood manage the whole site, or will someone independent manage them? And I don't want to put them out of a job, I'm not saying that at all.
So I think essentially we've had that discussion with Puketi Neighbourhood House, and in their ideal world, in a point in time in the future, that may be a thing. Given that the proposal is to more than double the size of their current facility, in the short term, we would like them to focus on maximising that new built form. We would be putting some things in place with the sports dome. So you'll note in the report there's a little bit of extra renewals money where we could do things like a swipe card access to make it easier for people to use.
Because that doubles their workload in a way.
So that's why we're not proposing to manage the sports dome. Like, we continue to manage the sports dome in the short term. If at a point in time it makes sense and they have capacity, then we would look at that differently.
Okay, and so if we do this on the northwest, maybe it even gets called northwest in the future, who knows, but it's to service that whole big geographic area. And we look at the fuller community facilities plan for the LTP. Through both of those processes, do you anticipate that we will meet the needs of the majority of community users who are asking for help? Well, we have, for example, I've been asking about the cadets for some time who are displaced from their building. For example, like that, are we actively going to broker arrangements so the cadets can go and share in that building, or?
We are, in fact, actively, as recent as this week, we've been in contact with the cadets, linking them up with the badminton group who had indicated to us that they had some space and they would be really willing to work with other parties. So absolutely, we're taking every opportunity to.
That's all three of the cadets, because they've been split up at the moment.
So they're not going to be able to accommodate all three, and I think we've previously spoken about that. But again, we are actively working with them to identify space that can meet their needs.
Okay, so just making sure that there's an equity among groups, so you don't have some groups holding the sort of holding the fort really and allowing other people in, but everyone's taken care of. I guess I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm trying to meet the needs of the wider community.
So what I can say about that, Mayor Paula, in the past 12, 18 months, we've been working very closely with Puketi Neighbourhood House. Like you've heard from the settlement centre, they are inclusive. Like they literally have as many people in their current building as they can fit. You know, they are interested in the business case from Steve Bramley is actually premised on maximum use. So it's not about Puketi Neighbourhood House getting what they need. It is about that wider community getting what they need.
Thank you.
Okay, for now. Thank you.
Maria, can I ask a question around the ongoing operational costs and council's contribution to that? The report talked about landlord facility costs. What is that, and do we do that with anyone else?
Yes, we do. So Celebrating Age, previous to its closure, we had costs associated with owning that building. So that's what landlord responsibility costs are.
So is it for maintenance or type?
Yeah, so there's the capital renewals and there'll be some insurance and that sort of thing. Yeah.
And Steve Bramley's report that you just talked about, he talked about debt funding the operational costs as opposed to, where are we? Page 260. If council owns the asset, it can debt fund the asset over an extended period of time as opposed to grant funding an asset. Is that what would be investigating, or is that a no-go?
So what he's suggesting there is that council's financing model for a capital build is debt funded rather than the group themselves having to, over a period of time, source grants and collect up bits and bobs.
Yep. All right. I have one question just around Yendal. The report talked about engagement with iwi groups.
Yep.
Point 57, that the Yendal Park, it's subject to Waikato Tainui first rights of refusal. So can you just tell us, how does that engagement occur, or when does that happen?
So if council were to approve the staff recommendations today, what I would suggest is that staff would need to have a conversation with Waikato Tainui about any interest they might have in the future of the site that's currently occupied by the buildings. And it could be the start of, something a little bit different and innovative, but I'm just recommending that due to its proximity to the river, due to it being a site of first rights, it would be good practice.
All right. So the other community facilities, larger piece of work that's coming to LTP, will it take into account the Yendal and the ATC sites, or is this the meeting where we go, it's completely out of the picture?
So it doesn't stop a future build. What the report is suggesting is that the Yendal Park building is so deteriorated that the best course of action for that particular building is to demolish. What happens next is entirely up to council, and I'm suggesting that Waikato Tainui should be in that mix of conversation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, question for Maria. Maria, I looked in the report and it's clear that in the 21-31 LTP, we put aside $2 million odd to look at funding, an improved community facility at the sports dome. And here we are a few years later with a proposal for 8 million, of which council's providing 6. When we put the 2 million in the LTP, what were we expecting to get?
So my understanding, Councillor Ewan, is that was a relatively late addition to the LTP. So it wasn't actually premised on any feasibility work or any science in terms of what built form would need to look like. So an arbitrary figure in an LTP with the hope that it would increase the capacity of the built form for the Puketi Neighbourhood House.
In terms of the income or the revenue, reading the report, it ranges, I think initially between 600 and 700,000, but then there's an additional amount of revenue as a result of the Meals in School program. Can you update me exactly what the projected revenue per year of the Piketty Neighbourhood House would be going forward? I'm sure it's in the report. I'm struggling to find it.
Yes, it is in the Steve Bramley section of the report, and I'll need a moment to find that, Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, I mean, I found the 615 and the 710 and the mention of the lunch income, but not the quantum.
So there is some slides on page 48, which speak to the modelling annual output with HCC as the asset owner.
48 of the report, you mean, of the attachment?
Yes, 48 of the attachment.
What page is that of our?
254.
Yeah.
So Baker Tilly, Steve Bramley had Baker Tilly do a really deep dive into the financials of Piketty House and the potential income.
All right, final question. I mean, I'm keen to try to support it, but I can't support 6 million. And I've raised this with you before about either cutting the cloth, and it's been rejected. My question is, other participants in the funding model, so far we're asking for just 2 million. Are you saying if I was to move an amendment where we were providing 5 million, that you believe it's unlikely the project would be able to attract 3 million?
So what I'm suggesting, Councillor Ewan, is that we have had our external funding team look very carefully at the philanthropic funding opportunities. Their assessment is that it maxes out for this particular proposal at 2 million. If you were to increase the external funding target, then we would have to look to corporates and others, which would likely take a lot longer and therefore attracting cost escalation. Also, the other risk in doing that, Councillor Ewan, is that the delivery of this project then lands in the same time frame that the LTP work comes back, and it is literally the same funders. So we haven't got 20 different philanthropic funders in the city. They are the same. So the Settlement Centre have gone before, got some funding from the same funders that we'd be looking to for this project, and potentially Enderley, although that's got a slightly different model. So yes, it's possible is the short answer, but we can't give any certainty about the deliverability of it.
Madam Chair, I'm just signalling that if I can get a seconder, and I haven't spoken to anybody, that I will put an amendment for 5. I'm in a bit of a disadvantage. I don't know if somebody would support me for that. If so, I could speak to it. If not, then it dies a natural death.
All right. Does anyone want to? Councillor Bidder will second you.
Thank you.
So are there any other questions at the moment? Yes. Yep, he's drafting it now. So, Councillor Wilson, can you explain what your amendment is? Just
Yes, very quickly. It's simply one of fiscal prudence. In the LTP, just a few years ago, we allocated $2 million, an arbitrary figure apparently, plucked from the sky. Now it's raced to 8 million. Ratepayers are going to have to fund 6. I'm trying to find a compromise where we force the Piketty Community House to have to raise additional money and to alleviate the pressure on the ratepayer.
Councillor Hutt.
6 million comes from? I know it's in the report, but if you could just reiterate for us.
Yeah, so I am just going to go. So it is the council contribution of the figure that was allocated to Puketi at the last LTP is $1.4 million. There is some renewals money allocated currently of 1.16 for Enderley. The suggestion is that if we are going to consider a new build for that, we wouldn't be spending 1.6 million of renewals funding next financial year. The Yendal Park building has $2.7 million of renewals funding allocated to it, and the ATC building has 1.1 million, which gives a total of just over 6 million.
So none of that is like, it's not asking for new money, it's money in other budgets being reallocated to this?
Yes, that's the suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Just a follow-up question, if Councillor Ewan's amendment were to pass and our contribution is $1 million lesser, does that mean we still go ahead with all of this and save $1 million, or would we
So if you're proposing to go ahead and save $1 million, we would need to go through a value engineering process to find where that $1 million would come from, which would potentially put the pledge, the existing pledge of $1 million at risk, because we're changing the proposal.
No, so I'm not, sorry, with all due respect, I'm not changing the costing of the project. I'm saying if the project is what it has to be, we're contributing 5 million, they need to raise 3. That's all I'm asking.
All right, thank you.
Because I already raised that with you, Marie, and they've rejected trying to cut to fit.
Yeah, all right. You were saying?
So yes, Councillor Ewan was just saying he did raise that with me earlier. Staff did not recommend cutting the size of the building. But if you cut the funding, then council would either need to decide to, we've got our CIP or our capital investment portfolio lead here telling us that 2 million is what's reasonable. We would have to go back to the drawing board and find some more corporate funders, which would take more time, which in the meantime, you run the risk of cost escalation.
All right. Do you want to add something? No, is that your question? Yeah, it was the 5 versus 6. So if we're not contributing the million, the extra million, where does that million sit or go? Or do we save $1 million, or do we just not?
No, we have to go
something
back to the drawing board. Oh, I see now. So that would entirely be council's decision. They would either decide to save $1 million or
save a building
or save a building,
whichever renewal. All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, what was, Maria, what did you say that last line? Save $1 million or?
So if you wanted to reduce the council contribution, then your opportunity there is to revisit where the $5 million comes from.
Yeah.
Which pots it comes from.
Yeah, so and that's what the amendment is doing, right?
It's
It's getting, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so in the previous question that I asked around external funding, we've got 1 million secured and another 500 potentially secured, and then you're confident you can raise the remaining 5. To flip that from 2 to 5.
2 to 3.
2 to 3, sorry.
So our confidence on the last million is low.
Your confidence on the last million is low. Okay.
Yes.
Or it will take more time.
Yeah. And you mentioned corporate funders. This is not where the external money has come from in the past, right? Or this, sorry, not in the past. This particular money is not.
So Anita's done some work, and maybe it might be helpful if you speak
I just need to understand.
Yeah, so SGL, when they did the business case, did some initial feasibility.
Yeah.
And they actually did have some conversations with corporates and didn't feel like that's where this would land. It was more with community trusts.
Yeah.
And so we've done some further work talking to them and some further qualification around the 2 million based on the scope of the project.
Okay. And then so we would be asking for an extra 1 million external. Does that put the current money at risk because they would, I'm assuming they would have agreed to fund on that funding model that we put in front of them?
Yeah, and in the particular timeline, I guess.
Right.
Would be going to them in this year's round, so.
And they typically have a time frame that they put on their funding and when it needs to be spent by.
Okay.
Mayor Southgate, I'm going to go to Councillor Moko first. Yeah.
Thank you. Is my mic on?
Yes,
It is? Yeah.
we can hear you.
Thank you, Maria, for this report. And I certainly support the redistribution of the renewals. I think that makes some economic sense. I support the decommissioning.
Question.
Sorry. Sorry. My question is, when can we expect to see the first iteration of the next stage of modelling, should this get over the line today?
So staff plan to continue, like we have the budget that we can continue with detailed design. And so we would work that through to make sure that we can fit within the economic envelope. The plan is that we keep the foot down and proceed for a build start of Q2 24. And then we're sort of safely out of the time frame that we need to start focusing on the other wider needs.
This time next year. Can't wait.
Mayor Southgate.
Cool. Just in terms of, let me just go back to what the money buys us, I guess, is where I'm trying to think. So I'm very, very much behind investing the right amount in the community. So with the building, as we've seen, the one that's attached in the agenda, and some of us had seen it previously in the briefing, that building will enable Puketi Community House to do what they're currently doing, but better, and maybe even more services to the community. In addition, though, how much use do you anticipate it going to the wider community? Because it is a lot of money. I get that. It's a lot of money. So you'd like it to assume that it brought extra value, right? Good extra value. You did say that some groups would be able to use the sports drome, and I get that. There's that sand pit thing and a whole lot of ground. How many needy groups do you think you're looking at accommodating alongside Puketi Community House in this space? I mean, how much of a dent in our deficit of community space would this project create? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think by default, Puketi neighbourhood exists to serve the community. So it's not about a single user group. So you're not talking about a volleyball club occupying a community space for volleyball or for, single use. So their whole premise is that they would be able to expand their services to the very wide catchment community that they have. The added bonus, if you like, is that it does free up that extra 200 odd square metres of space and some hours in the indoor court space, I think about 10 hours in indoor court space. And if council were clever about an anchor tenant going into that sports drome, then the possibilities get a bit bigger as well.
That concerns me just a fraction, because I always knew that Puketi Community House were going to expand their services. What I'm getting at, and do more for more people, which is absolutely fantastic. And I know they're capable of doing that and delivering good service. I'm talking about, there are groups at the moment have got no space, who are in temporary back office as someone else sharing for the minute. We've cobbled them up with someone to help them out in the interim. Well, we all know this is true because they come to us all the time. Are some of those going to be able to be accommodated in the Puketi building? Because it's a fantastic development.
With these complementary services, then I would say yes.
And that will reduce our need to build somewhere else for some of those other groups. I am trying to take that broad picture, and I'm really, I love this project. But do you see what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say, what do? We don't want winners and losers in the community. We want all people to be winners in the community.
Yeah, Puketi Neighbourhood House is not going to solve all of the problems in terms of community facility provision. It will provide more space for people to use. It's not going to be able to house a whole lot of tenants full time, but there will be meeting spaces for people to meet, and do activities. So very much like the Western Community Centre currently functions, where people can come in and use those spaces and book those spaces. So it will provide meeting rooms and activity spaces far beyond what it currently can. We will still have gaps in facility provision. Councillor Thompson's not here at the moment, but that's what we want to look at. What is the wider provision across the city, and existing provision such as school halls, etc., that we might be able to facilitate more use of.
Yeah, I don't want to cause delay, but this is my
piece of
problem
work.
with the other facilities plan coming slightly later, because I don't get a full picture of who's where and what.
This is a very important, I would say, this is an important step, and we are, and for us, for Hamilton City to better meet the needs of community groups, and for us to be able to afford to do that, it will need to be staged.
And I get that, and I get that. So it is all about, but I've already had comments from some of the other managers of other community houses who've sort of basically said, well, lucky, we're still like this. So what, so we just got to be careful about equity. I'm trying to see if this building addresses some of the problem that we currently, I'm hoping it does.
Yeah,
I thought it would.
And staff are being as innovative as possible. An example is recently with Western Community, we've had a conversation and the toilets have been relocated literally so that they can use the space in the building previously occupied. So we're doing everything we can there, Paula. Yeah.
And my understanding from the Western Community Centre is in fact that they, Puketi, is that they are intending to create greater ties with other community groups, yeah?
Yes.
Just to follow on slightly, how do we ensure, or what tools do we have to ensure that Puketi Neighbourhood House, who would be the main leaseholder, how do we ensure that they are maximizing capacity of the building? Is it in the lease, or is it a board level type?
So we can absolutely put some performance measures in the lease, and I had a brief conversation with Scott about that, and he was really comfortable with that. Yes.
So that's where I guess we, to Mayor Paula's point, is if those KPIs are not being met, we'd know about it.
Absolutely, you can put provisions in the lease to protect against that. And quite frankly, if you put performance measures in, you're going to want to say something that potentially you could terminate if they're not going to be met. And that's possible.
And just is that the best way? The lease is the best avenue for that, or is it like Mayor Paula suggested, the peak, where you've got elected members or staff sitting, on the board level to ensure that that happens operationally? Which is the best way? Is it the lease or is it the board?
The performance measures.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Chair Naidura. My question was around the amendment and the timeline provided, or the timeline that we have, sorry. If we were to go away and try approach some the commercial appetite for the extra $1 million, could there be a time frame put on it that wouldn't delay the project, that they could then come back to council and say, yes, there's definitely that appetite or definitely not, and then make that decision?
So as Anita briefly said, the appetite has been tested by SGL Consulting, and they didn't recommend it as a way forward because they didn't believe the appetite from the commercial sector was high. But yes, we could retest that.
And what would that time frame look like, to a reasonable time frame without delaying the overall project?
So as I said before, we're looking to start construction Q2 next year. We probably want to have the money in the bank before we start digging any holes anywhere. And then we would have to come back and have a look at whether we were going to access the renewals funding or what we were going to do, whether we were going to stop the project.
So would by the next meeting, like
how many months or weeks do we need to Emma's question?
I mean, it currently is sitting outside the capital investment portfolio funding target, so it would be an addition.
Okay.
So we would have to potentially have a look at where the team is focusing and what might drop off to do this work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Hart.
I know that councils own like community grants that are oversubscribed significantly.
I was wondering if there was any information around how oversubscribed some of the philanthropic or community funds are.
Very.
Okay.
The income has gone down and the demand has gone up, basically.
Do you have anything slightly more specific?
I can come back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that ties into the low confidence in being able to find an extra million?
And then there's also the timing and potential competition with other council and private aims in the city. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to unmute. I guess I'm just thinking about past performance and behaviours in terms of Scott and the Puketi neighbourhood house and services that they offer, and also willingness to share their buildings and work collaboratively with others. Is there anything in their past that would give us any doubt that they would be able to perform as a really good host into the future should we go ahead with this project?
I don't believe so, Councillor Maxine.
And do we have an idea about what additional services, I see in the report there are some potential for growth of those services, but exactly how that might be able to grow and support the area, the growing area that they're within.
Yes, and I probably won't quite do it justice, but I think during COVID, the demand for the services of Puketi Neighbourhood House grew and have only kept growing since. The school lunches, I think you were present, Councillor Maxine, they have freezers out in the after school space because they literally cannot store all the food they need in their current kitchen. They have constant calls asking for confidential spaces for other agencies to have family group conferences that they're not able to service. So the demand is there, absolutely.
Thank you. And that the size of the population that they service is significantly bigger than other community houses within the Hamilton catchment?
So yeah, I think the statistics were about 30% bigger than Western, and we're proposing a building of around the same size.
Great, thank you. Good information.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah.
Gosh, what was my question? Oh, just in terms of the rebuild, so are they, as the neighbourhood house activities, are they able to continue to operate fully, or as the rebuild goes, or is there a bit of disruption? I mean, I know there's general disruption, but.
So actually really minimal disruption,
Okay.
Councillor Andrew. They remain in the Sportstrome building until such time as the new building is on the other side of the park is built.
Okay, all right.
So I don't think they'd even be, construction noise wouldn't even be a factor.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Maria, I know someone's mentioned it before, but have we had conversations with Puketi Neighbourhood House around their name, possible name change maybe, because it's, capturing that wider geographic area?
We haven't had specific conversations, but knowing them as I do, I think they would be open to any suggestions and potentially rebranding or similar ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions, and I have moved the staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor Anna, and then we've got an amendment on the table, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Bidder. We shall move into debate. Yeah, no, sorry, I just saw another message come through. Look, I know that the Puketi project has been on the table for a number of years, and you know, we hear from community houses all the time. Councillor Casey Cox and I have made it a point to actually visit the majority of our community houses in the city, and they're all quite unique in their offering, but the common theme is around space and the lack of space. And you know, historically, as a council and as a city, we've often used buildings that were not intended to be community houses or community facilities, but groups have occupied, you know, rugby clubs and other spaces that are not fit for purpose. So this is a very exciting project, in my opinion, for a purpose-built facility to serve the northwest quadrant, if you like, of our city. So I'm in support of it. I completely understand the demand on philanthropic funding, and that there aren't many funders in the pot, and so it's important for us to be pitching our projects at an appropriate level. I did, along with the working group, visit some of the sites in the report. The ATC building, for example, in my opinion, it occupies a prime position in our city, across from the playground and Hillcrest Stadium, and you've got the sports field. So I'm hoping that the ATC site or building is investigated further in the wider community facilities work that's coming to us for the LTP, because I'd be keen to look at what's happening with that site and how we can make use of it more. Councillor Casey Cox, as a second, oh, sorry, do I go to, yes, I go to Councillor Wilson, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I first start by saying I have always been a supporter of community houses and voted for the $2 million in the long-term plan back in 21. And I've spoke recently with a former councillor who was particularly passionate about this project. But I think what's really surprised me is how it's evolved to now an $8 million project, of which council is to provide 6. And look, that's okay. But what this means is that there will be people who will miss out. There are a lot of people who will miss out. There are 2 groups who had some certainty that renewals were going to be spent, but in fact, no, we're going to reallocate them, and we're going to either remove the buildings to enable this funding. There are other groups who have been crying out for space, and they're going to see a community house pretty much 4 times its original size in terms of available space, and those groups are still missing out. And so I think my issue here today is an issue of equity. And this is how it happens, right? Council puts a quantum in the LTP. Often, unfortunately, it's an arbitrary figure that we pluck. We build an expectation, and then we go out and do the finer detail years later, and suddenly decide or discover it's not a $2 million, it's an $8 million project, and the ratepayer has to pick up the majority of the funding. I'm beginning to lose faith, honestly, when it comes to the way we do these projects. Again and again, we seem to end up deciding the ratepayer can fund the gap. And although I fully support the work they do, I recognise the work they do. In this particular case, I passionately asked the chair to see if they wouldn't cut their cloth just a little bit, that we'd originally given 2 million. I'd be prepared to provide 5, but even then there was no room for movement.
Yeah.
And so, look, I'm terribly disappointed by the result here. And ultimately, the ratepayer is going to have to pick up the tab, and people in the community sector are still missing out.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you. I'm reflecting on some of the previous debate points around things taking too long, and we need to get on with it. Puketi Neighbourhood House have had our commitment over 2 LTPs. We have signalled to them a very long time ago that we were going to invest in their facility. Well, actually, invest in our facility so that they can continue doing work for the community. There should be zero uncertainty that Puketi Neighbourhood House would not welcome other groups. There should be zero uncertainty that the demand for space and opportunities is well oversubscribed there already. And actually, for what they do, it's quite incredible. They are a victim of their own success, which is a good problem to have. They are passionate, and the community demand, you only have to go to any event there is significant. And that's actually even putting aside the sports hall element of it. On the face of it, it's a far better deal than a $40 to $60 million for a new build at a celebrating age site. So it sounds like a bit of a deal to me. And actually, I really want to thank staff for already having secured the majority of the external funding, and for your commitment to the confidence that you'll get the remaining 500,000. Yeah, it's Puketi Neighbourhood House and the community, and dare I say it, the ratepayers out there have waited a very long time. They have supported the activities there. They have supported through 2 LTP submissions, asking for our support and confidence in them. So with that, I'm supporting the motion. Yes, the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sathe.
I'm super torn on this one because I do have a little bit of sympathy towards the financial arguments that Ewan's raising. When I think about the needs across the broader community is where I come unstuck, because I absolutely agree 100% that Puketi Community House is working in substandard surroundings at the moment, and what they get done out of that dodgy old building is a miracle. It's amazing what they managed to achieve there, and none of us would like to work in those circumstances. So I get it. Good on them for having the vision and the drive to come up with this supercharged result. And I like it. I'm going to go, I think, unless something in debate changes my mind, I'm going to go with the recommendation because I'd like to see some progress across the city. My absolute firm expectation in doing that, however, is that we see good use of an expanded community network, that we are able to help some of those out that currently have also got substandard or no premises to operate from. And those are the facts that we are presented with. That's why we're doing the bigger piece of work later in the year, because we know there's an issue. But I also do feel a little bit concerned, because I'm not going to tell tales or anything, but having conversations with the other community houses, the Western community has always been kind of the exemplar of how the facilities look, because they were able to attract investment a long time ago and build and build and build and build and look better than the original little brick house they were in. Having said that, some other community houses are struggling, and there are other parts of the city where the community issues are very considerable and the community need is considerable. And I feel for them, whatever that happens with this, I will be looking so hard at the detail of the next report to find out how we're meeting the needs of the wider community. One more thing, and in respect to this one, and so that we are doing exactly what Ewan says, being equitable. equitable to the northwest, equitable to the north-south, equitable to Hamilton East area, all of that. In this one, just one last comment, sorry, I am dragging on. One last comment is that I will also be looking to those terms in the lease and those KPIs with huge expectation, as I say, about community outreach. I understand that is your wish to do it, and I will be looking for that. Help others out in making this facility available to all.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Thompson while she can speak.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. So firstly, just want to note the excellent work that Puketi Neighbourhood House currently does. And I think everyone's in agreement, well, I'm sure everyone's in agreement that we want equity across our neighbourhood houses. But we can't solve every issue around space at once. So we have to take this one at a time. Here we have a business case and proposal that is ready to go and will help to solve the space issues for one of our community houses. And we're doing work with Enderley. We've already been constructing a brand new facility in Rotorua. So we will get there in terms of these other houses. But right now to just, I can't support Councillor Ewan's proposal because I think that it unnecessarily could put this project at risk, both by delaying things, potentially putting off other funders. You risk price escalation, which causes uncertainty for everybody and potentially causes further delays because more money needs to be raised. And I would hate to get to a point where, then this is delayed a significant amount of time and we still haven't solved anything at all because we're trying to solve every problem at once. So I think that it's important that we move on with this project and be realistic with what we can actually successfully achieve in terms of external funding. We have I think we put a lot of resourcing into the communities or the city investment team to actually scope out what opportunities are available in terms of funding. We've prioritised stuff in this space as well, and I don't think we should then turn around and start to disregard the work that they've done or change those priorities. So I'm happy to go with the staff recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you. I do notice that the guys on Zoom might not necessarily hear the bell. So I'll go like this, all right, when the bell goes.
How was my time? I thought I heard it.
Yeah. But you're fine, just for future reference. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I appreciate the pragmatism of Councillor Ewan's bringing to this argument. But unfortunately, disagree with them on this one. I know, having worked with the CIP, how hard they work on those, and I've been a big advocate of, exterior funding, third-party funding. But this, the CIP is doing a great work. $2 million, 1.5 already potentially pledged is significant. The remaining $6 million, it's actually pleasing to see some innovative use of the renewals from staff contributing towards that, in the sense of, I've got to be careful when I say no new money, but it's kind of no new money. And I'm not aware of us doing this with many other community housing projects. Most of them are pretty tired and pretty worn, and this is an exciting project. And Puketi, frankly, hasn't really had a lot of love in a long time. So I'm quite happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Just reflecting on some of the debate points brought up, I'd like to remind my fellow elected members that Puketi Neighbourhood House offers more than 30 services themselves out of their organisation. Their food parcels in 2019 supported 9 families. Last year, they supported 1,500 families. They already host other organisations, and a new building would allow them to increase that significantly.
In terms of equity, the area that the Puketi Neighbourhood House supports includes many of our low decile areas in a city that in an area of the city that is not served by another community house. And Puketi Neighbourhood House's work is at the forefront of the cost of living crisis, which is an issue that's often lamented in this chamber by elected members. When we're considering opportunities like this, we need to consider it in the context of an investment of well-being into an area of our city. And certainly the northwest of our city would have been much poorer without Puketi Neighbourhood House looking after them for nearly 40 years. Staff have said that the confidence in finding an extra $1 million of philanthropic or private funding is low and could increase the overall cost of the build, and we have money within existing budgets in order to do this. Building a facility is an opportunity to build intergenerational well-being into one of the lowest decile areas in our community, with a partner who has more than demonstrated their commitment to this city and that community and organizational robustness for nearly 4 decades. So I cannot support the amendment, and I will be supporting the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Must be the Easter eggs. No. Councillor Pike.
Madam Chair. I will keep it short, but I have personally had the pleasure of seeing firsthand in previous roles the mahi that Puketi Neighbourhood team do. I've also seen them as all of our community facilities and neighbourhood clinics do, be extremely resourceful with what they're given. They're running holiday programs, they offer support for MSD clients, they do Kaivolution, they run an amazing food and schools program, they support holiday programs and sports groups, and their team are extremely dedicated. And I am absolutely confident that given better facilities, their team could achieve so much more. I am, however, mindful of our current economic situation. And so my questioning was trying to see if we have exhausted every opportunity for support from the commercial sector without delaying the overall project. I do feel that given the response from staff that this perhaps is not achievable. So I agree with my colleagues in saying that the long-term goal of this and the time that has been put into this project is not worth delaying. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter.
I am going to support Ewan's amendment. We have heard about the need to show a bit of love to quite a few areas of our community today, which I agree with. I support that absolutely. So I'm just going to take this opportunity to show Councillor Ewan a bit of love because of his efforts to play the Grinch. That is absolutely essential. We are in tough economic times. We are going to have a very tough long-term plan. It takes a lot of effort to do what Ewan is doing. And I want to make sure that he knows that I appreciate it, and I hope that everyone else around this table appreciates it, even though you don't necessarily agree. That we do have someone looking at the economic side of things, because it's not much fun. He doesn't get much appreciation for it, yeah, I think we should value it. Thank you, Ewan.
Councillor Anna.
Yeah, I'm just happy to second the motion, and I guess just to note that I think community housing, yeah, this will cost us some money for sure, but it's an investment, right? It's an intergenerational investment, and during COVID, we heard the worth of Pukeri Community House in the community, and I think that kind of investment in resilience is always a really good thing. I understand the costs, but I also think that it's intergenerational. And I remember when starting on council, and Deputy Mayor Angela mentioned how people are never really that excited about spending millions of dollars on community facilities. They get worried about it. But when it's built, we all are really happy and love it. And it's something we're ongoingly proud of and celebrate together. So I think that's an awesome thing to remember. And I just wanted to also highlight the Pukeri House and their work in the space of food resilience, and the little orchard and community garden that's in that space as well, as I know there'll be really awesome kaitiaki of that bigger area there, and make sure that those things are also ongoingly looked after. So really happy to support the motion.
Thank you. There being no other speakers, again, I just want to acknowledge the work of the City Investment Program team in securing the bulk, or almost securing the bulk of that external funding. Thank you to Maria and team for looking at those renewals and ways of being creative, like Councillor Hamilton pointed out. New money or renewals money, but it's good to see that we are being creative and innovative within our portfolio. The community hub has been touched on, actually all day it's been touched on, but this project in particular is really exciting because of what sits around that community space. You've got the partner pool, you've got the school, you've got the courts, you've got the sports dome, and the fields. So there's a lot in almost a package offering for that entire area of our city. A few people touched on equity, and totally supportive, and I think that's a wider conversation that we will need to have come LTP. We've already done, like the report says, a lot of work in Enderley, and we are having conversations with Glenview and Melville as well, because I think that's also a forgotten part of our city. So watch this space, because it'll be coming to an LTP proposal near you. We shall go to the vote on the board for the amendment, please. For the amendment. Yes. Once you've got one. Oh, we're redoing it, and this is for the Wilson Bidder amendment. Councillors Casey Cox, Huaki, Tariki, and Pike, would you mind revoting? Sorry, I do have you. I am looking with the wrong glasses. Cool. So it's Councillor. There we go.
The amendment is lost, noting that on Zoom we had, Councillor Van Oosten and Councillor Thompson dissenting, and Councillor Wilson supporting. So that is 3 for, 11 against. And then we'll go to the motion.
Oh, sorry, Amy, who was what? Sorry, I missed who was supporting and not in the chamber.
Donovan Hamilton.
That was Councillor Mark and Councillor Ryan.
No, Mark and Andrew.
Sorry. I'm having to recall from memory and I don't have a very good one today. Councillor Mark and Councillor Andrew.
Yeah. So we're voting on the motion.
Are we, sorry, Chair, are we using hands or are we using
Buttons.
buttons again?
Yeah.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. We're gonna take a break, please, for 15 minutes. So we're back at 2:50. Okay, we're good to go. We have quorum.
Stand up and everyone has to report.
I should test it out. Okay, we've got a few items, just a few to get through. So we'll move swiftly on to item number 10, Hamilton City Open Spaces Strategy. Over to Kate.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, elected members. My name is Kate Cruzwell. I'm a strategy and policy advisor for the community group. I'm joined here by Joanna Van Walraven, the team leader for policy planning and assets for community group. We're here today seeking approval of the Hamilton Open Spaces Strategy Papa Ahurika o Kirikiriroa 2023 to 2053. The review of the Open Spaces Strategy, previously the Open Spaces Plan, began at the beginning of early 2022. It is intended to help inform decision-making, investment, and to provide a strategic direction for open spaces in Hamilton Kirikiriroa. As the city grows, open spaces will remain a crucial space for our community members, providing many benefits. The strategy is intended to provide high-level aspirations and does not include a detailed action plan. Once approved, an action plan will be developed for the strategy. The development process included engagement with Mana Whenua, an annual park survey, which is an open community engagement approach, engagement with key stakeholder groups, and cross-council engagement. The vision and purpose of the draft strategy are the open spaces of Hamilton Kirikiriroa are a well-connected network of high-quality, inclusive, safe, and fun community spaces that are a taonga for current and future communities. And the purpose being Hamilton City Council will work with Mana Whenua, the community, and other partners to provide, plan, and advocate for the enhancement and expansion of our open space network. The vision and purpose are supported by 4 outcome areas: open spaces that reflect culture and history, open spaces for people, open spaces for nature, and a connected network of open spaces. A minor change has been made based on elected member feedback that differs from the version in the agenda. We've added a focus area for open spaces for nature outcome on page 19 of the strategy, or page 292 of the agenda. The focus area that we've looked to include is incorporate opportunities for water quality improvement in our open spaces. Annual progress reports will be delivered on strategy outcomes, progress on strategy outcomes, including key actions, beginning June 2024. And we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Awesome, thank you. Councillor Casey Cox, you've signalled that you'd like to move this. Can I ask for a seconder? Councillor Hutt. And we'll move to questions if anyone has any. No? All right. Councillor Anna, would you like to open debate?
Just quickly to say congratulations to the staff on an awesome strategy. I'm really happy to move this. And, you know, there's a lot of areas in this strategy which I'm really passionate about. The green spaces, the blue spaces, and the grey spaces. That was a new idea to me, that our streets are open spaces, so that's cool. And I guess I want to highlight a little bit too, some more about the inclusion of blue spaces, because I think it is a really valuable aspect of this strategy. There's been a lot in the media lately about our water quality throughout the country and the need to do better by that. And I know that in our JMA meetings, the health and wellbeing of the river definitely comes up a lot. So it's neat to see it at that high level, strategic level, being mentioned and signalled as being special to us as a city, and that we will develop an action plan to improve improve those spaces and value them greatly going forward. So, yeah, really happy to move this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to just echo Councillor Anna's points, but also I was really heartened to see the highlighting of how this strategy interacts with other strategies in the report. As someone who often harps on about strategies, interaction with other strategies, that question was already answered for me. So that was really great. And I also just want to acknowledge as well that the reflection of the concern about things like toilets also being reflected in the draft strategy. Sometimes I feel like it's the strangest things that I bring up at council, like cat desexing or public toilets. But these are hugely important community facilities, particularly for disabled people, small families, small children. And so just quite heartened to see things that we'd given feedback on reflected in the draft. So yeah, really great. Excited to second it.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I can't get very close to the mic. Thank you to our staff who put this together. It looks fantastic, and I really like the inclusion of the grey spaces, because I think that particularly as we intensify, we need to make use of all the public space that we have available and make it accessible to people. And I really like the connection, the emphasis on connections across the network, because you know, you can have a fantastic park, but what's the point if it's hard to get to, or if it's too far away from where someone lives? So that's fantastic. I just wanted to say briefly, I really look forward to the open space policy discussion, because that is going to be where we decide how much open space we need to provide, I guess, for quality population growth within our city. And I hope there'll particularly be emphasis where we're looking to have a lot more intensification around the central city, north of the central city, because if we want people to live in these areas, they have to feel like they can take their kid to the park, they've got somewhere to relax or walk, whatever it might be. Otherwise, you know, we're actually just putting we're kidding ourselves if people are going to live in these areas and be attracted to building and moving there if we don't make them great places to live. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tuaregi.
I particularly love the set out of the strategy. I love how it's integrated and linked up with other strategies. And I particularly appreciate the green and blue spaces conversation that they have within the strategy. I particularly also enjoy some of the references that they make in the strategy and the connection that they make back to mana whenua, back to iwi, and back to the river. I particularly appreciate the steps that we're making to use Hamilton Kirikiriroa as a dual name. I really do notice those things in the reports. And the proverbs, the whakatauki that they use throughout the report is really good, because I can see me, I can see Māori, I can see tangata whenua in the very fabric of that strategy. So I really want to just acknowledge that point.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Chair Kesh. On page 286, there is a reference to 20-minute city. I firstly want to say that I'm very happy with the report. Just want to point out that 20-minute city is carrying a bit of baggage from overseas at the moment, that perhaps if we could avoid that or differentiate ourselves. I'm happy with the definition that's given in here, because it doesn't include things like giving fines to people who cross over the suburb boundaries, as is happening in Oxford. So I thought I'd just point that out, that it's an area where we need to be careful, but happy with what you've got.
Thank you. Again, I just want to acknowledge the team who have worked on this. It's a brilliant strategy. And look forward to the action plan, of course, being developed. Where there's lots of conversations around a shade policy. There's a conversation around civic spaces and Garden Place in particular. And I know that the strategy touches on some of that. So totally appreciate that this is a high-level document, but I'm really happy with where it's landed. Thank you. And Councillor Anna, did you have anything else to add? Nope. Cool. We shall go to the vote on the board, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. And to item 11. Hamilton Zoo Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park Combined Destination Place Name. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou to members in the chamber and those online. Ko Leanne Jordan tuku ingoa, and with me today is Dr. Baird Fleming, Director of Hamilton Zoo and Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park. We're really delighted to be here with you today and present this report. It is a report seeking committee approval for a precinct place name for the combined Hamilton Zoo Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park visitor destination. We really look forward to the opportunity of referring to it no longer as a combined destination, but as Hamilton Kirikiriroa's second key visitor destination alongside Hamilton Gardens. This request in the report is the culmination really of the shared entry precinct project. That was very much about physically connecting the two sites. The precinct name is an opportunity to kind of bestow a sense of identity, a sense of place and purpose, and it's intended to extend an invitation and a welcome for people that want to experience and encounter nature in our wonderful city and region. The precinct name is intended to be complementary. It does not replace existing brands which have their own value and credit. It is very much about creating, I use the word creating because it is about generating, creating, stimulating the idea that if you go to this place, which has activities that have a shared underpinning sense of value, that there will be lots of things to do, learn and inspire. To this end, the precinct encompasses not just Hamilton Zoo and Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park, but also Hamilton Observatory and the Everyday Eatery. And in time, we see that there's opportunity and space for other complementary activities to become part of that precinct destination. Staff have have brought forward two name options in the report, and our recommendation is option 2, Te Karoro Nature Precinct. Te Karoro is a name with much mana and connection to not just the site, but also our responsibilities as kaitiaki for that area now and into the future. And it's very strongly connected to both the story mana whenua would believe is important about that site, but also our conservation and nature values. The name was gifted to us by Thorpe some time ago for this very purpose that we're discussing today, and the proposal as well supported by them. I guess in closing, just to say staff, if approved today, staff have a plan to launch the precinct name at the upcoming July school holidays and alongside Matariki events. We think it would be a really great thing to attach the name right from the get-go with a really memorable, tangible visitor experience and really show off what we think is not just the current, but also the potential opportunity provided by what we now have out there, which is just an outstanding visitor destination in every sense. Bed and I are both happy to take any questions you might have.
Thanks, Leanne, and thank you, Bed, for being here. Deputy Mayor, I'll come to you first.
Thank you. And I'd like to move this when you're ready, Chair. Just a question, are we going to, and apologies if I've missed it in the report, I just get very excited when I see the images, as you know from the last time we were in this chamber. Are we going to, or how are we going to tell the story of the naming, as part of the experience?
So that will happen in a number of ways. Those of you that have had the opportunity to go up the top of the viewing tower since we've had the safety rail fitted on the top, that provides a whole panel that we hope to tell the story around the area. So we're working on that narrative at the moment. We have signage proposed both for Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park and the zoo. That's part of the rollout of the signage for the entry precinct. But we also it will be embedded both in the educational program that we have at the zoo currently and the education program that's proposed for Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park. We have another report in Public Excluded, as you know, which perhaps increases the opportunities to tell some of those stories. When we were gifted the name by Thorke, there was quite a bit of commented at the time about our proximity to kura and the opportunity for the site to almost be an outdoor education space aligned to school curriculum, but also to tell those kinds of stories. So we look forward to working in partnership with Mana Whenua to fully develop that. But we do have some funding set aside to do that, and we have some pretty cool ideas. And then we'll use our social media and other channels to make sure they get out into the public as well, not just if you're on site.
Okay, so that sounds great. And you indicated that you have some very cool ideas, and I have absolutely no doubt. So along the way, as well as telling the story of the name, are we able to, have we already got the information in terms of the history of the area and why has it got Porua Chief? Is that how it's not Chief Porua, is that correct?
Defer to Councillor Moku to answer.
Porua, yeah, that's right. That's all part of the story. Okay, so in terms of his connection with the area, are we able to expand that past, what we've got in the report for the future? There is
a lot of documentation.
Right.
So the story has been shared with us and blessed, if you like, in order for us to use it. Yes.
Okay. So, all right. So it's there's a lot more to come other than what we're seeing in the report. Yeah. Great.
Absolutely.
Cool. Thank you.
So, Deputy Mayor, you signalled moving the staff recommendations, and I'm happy to second that. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, Chair, I've got an amendment. I've sent it through to governance, and I highlighted it to you about 10 minutes ago via messenger.
Sorry, I've just got a post-it up here in front of me. Okay, and did you have any questions at this point of staff?
No, Madam Chair, and the amendment's quite self-explanatory.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Chair. To staff, option 2, number 33, describes the gifted name as Te Ara o Karoro, and you're suggesting shortening that. Is there anything lost in that shortening? And I guess, yeah, what is the full meaning of the gifted name?
Possibly could have been better explained by me, Councillor Maxine. So
Thank
the
you.
name that has been given to us by Mana Whenua is Te Karoroa, which they have shortened from Te Ara o Karoroa as the source name, if you like, or the source story.
Wonderful. So we haven't decided to shorten
No,
it.
we have
Te
not.
Karoroa was the name given
That's correct.
from that wider area. Thank you. Thanks, staff.
That's it. Max?
Yep, good.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan?
No, I've got, sorry, nothing. Oh my God.
Nothing?
Yeah, did I? Oh shit, sorry.
The age concern.
All right, Councillor Hutt.
I have remembered my question. In the report, there's some discussion around Auckland and Wellington zoos and them potentially going through or looking for a Te Reo Māori name. I was wondering if you could maybe just speak a bit more on the risk of not setting ourselves apart early in what I imagine is quite a competitive visitor destination space.
Absolutely, and I'll defer to Baird on this one because, as you know, he's has a lot of contact with his colleagues at Wellington and Auckland zoos.
Yes, they're is this on? They're very jealous. Auckland Zoo has a Te Reo name, but it literally means house of animals, and I believe it's for them it's quite lackluster. And although they appreciate having the ability to have a Te Reo name, it's one that they're jealous of our opportunity for Te Karoro. Wellington Zoo has for quite a while tried to have one gifted, but I believe it's costing them quite a bit of money. It's $20,000-$30,000 just to get it, get the possibility through. So they're struggling. And when I told them about our journey, they were, quite jealous and impressed with our name, the possible name.
Do you want to comment on why they think? I think Councillor Hutt's.
Yes, that's a good point. Right now, not only do they, so we feel that internationally speaking, it's almost an expectation from any international visitors that we have that the Te Reo name, but also it is an expectation more and more, in particular in places like Wellington and Auckland, to have a Te Reo name. I think that it seems as though, and again, I'm a foreigner, so I don't really know, but it seems as though that is a movement going around the country. And so if it's not here in Hamilton now, I'm sure it will be soon.
Considering that there's multiple aspects to this, so not only is it a marketing trend, but it also allows for both people who live here and come from overseas to better connect with the story and the history of Hamilton. Is there a risk that later on we could want to change the name, but we've spent all this money on a different branding?
I would seriously doubt it. I think that what we've been able to land on something that not only gives us a historical tie, but a geographical tie. And
I should have been maybe a bit more clearer with that question. I mean, if we chose option one and we chose to call it Hamilton Nature Precinct, and then later we were like, oh no, we should, everybody else has a cool name, and we might want to change that decision later down the road.
As you can appreciate, we've put a lot of thought into the options that we considered and brought forward through this report. Naming gives you the opportunity to invent, reinvent, refresh, communicate. And we see that because Te Karoroa is something that has not existed, if we go the staff, the combined precinct that is something that has not existed in Hamilton before. It is something that does not exist really anywhere else in the country, and arguably is very rare overseas. That is having the exotic and the native co-located, and it's the co-located thing. You can think of Wellington Zoo and Zealandia. I probably might not be appropriate to say at the moment, but Auckland's looking at Auckland Zoo's looking at a big park very close to them at the moment to try and replicate what we have here as an intergenerational project. So the opportunity to give something its name, a name that comes entirely fresh, that completely resonates with the purpose and the values of the site, that will become a destination in its own right and have meaning in its own right, is an opportunity we didn't want to walk past. Which is why essentially we've gone for option 2. And also because, as we know, it's a name like that that in time really carries mana with audiences, particularly international audiences, which is a real opportunity for us to grow market.
Can I ask one more?
Yep.
Real short, real nice.
Sure.
Just wondering, if we reject the second option, do we risk damaging relationships with mana whenua?
As I say, they gifted this name a wee while ago, and they've been waiting, hopefully and patiently, for a while to see it realised. We would try to ensure that we maintain great relationship with mana whenua, but I think they would be disappointed. I can't speak for them, that's my sense.
Councillor Donovan, your thing's on. Is it?
In the report, it mentions you talk about the visitor experience or expectation of a te reo name, but I assume you've collected data on that, or someone's collected data somewhere and condensed that down into this report to bring it to us to say, here it is. Where are the percentages? Help me understand why someone coming from overseas has an expectation that our places should be named in te reo or the other alternative.
Yeah.
I can, again, as a foreigner, I can say that one of the things that New Zealand has done an amazing job of is market itself as an environmentally conscious destination. If you think about it, the Tiaki Promise, as soon as you board an Air New Zealand flight, that's the first thing you see. Whether it's anywhere from Lord of the Rings and that series, down to the Great Walks, people come to New Zealand more and more, and New Zealand is really well known globally for its environmental stance. And the tying in of that environmental stance with the First Nation perspective, te reo names, for example, is a really big piece of that identity.
Just to further add to that, Councillor Donovan, the sense we had, and especially in sense checking with some of the agencies that council works with, is that whilst that a te reo name would be highly attractive, and a values-based name and a story-based name would be highly attractive to international marketing, to markets, and not off-putting to other markets, whereas the reverse might not be the case. And obviously our real opportunity, given that we are a nature destination, is in ecotourism and people wanting outdoor experiences. So again, that kind of ties back to the points that Baird was making before in terms of the types of international audiences. It's not a blanket statement, it's within the context of the audience and markets that we'll be working with.
Yeah, okay, so I get that. And thank you, Baird, for your explanation too, as a sample of one. But there are multiple other ethnicities that are coming here as well. And do we consider, and this might be, I hope I'm not going into horrible territory here, but and it's more, if Moko and Milena could help me out here. When someone tries to pronounce te reo, if they absolutely colossally mess it up, how does it impact on the feeling of Māori?
From experience, there are people that genuinely are never going to get their tongues around the pronunciation of the language because it's just not them. That's just not their first language. And so we appreciate the efforts that they make to say it right. And so if it comes from a place of genuine intent, kei te pai. I mean, there's no offense. And very rarely these days, unless you're at the marae and you're expected to have a very high degree of te reo, like if I was to go onto the marae here in Kiri Roa and I use those words, I'll get absolutely pulverized into the earth. But I mean, then there's people that are just straight out, just don't want to even try, or just arrogant and don't give a shit. And so, but you know, I think that you know, I want to use this as an example. The last 10 years, I've had businesses approach me to do all sorts of things for them. Open up, do karakia, to lift tapu, to set the place spiritually correct because there's been a death. A lot, and these are from motor, car sales yards, pipe fitting places. It's becoming more and more acceptable. And so like Ben has just said, that actually te reo as a marketing tool actually is the X factor that we have on the international, apart from Lord of the Rings, of course, and the Hamilton Gardens, we're going to have number 2. So I think that, you know, if it's coming from a place of genuine respect, I don't get offended at all. And even in this chamber, people still pronounce my name wrong. But I know that it's not actually
it's not intended as a
it's not intended. It's not an insult. I don't take it as one.
So we've talked to Waikato Tourism about all of this sort of stuff, and
yes, absolutely, they're highly supportive, and they were happy for me to indicate their support for this proposal today.
Okay, I'll save some more for debate for later.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thanks, Baird, for your explanation and your insight. But can you point to me anywhere, any academic research collated that supports your proposition in the document that international tourists would be more accepting of a te reo brand than an English brand?
No, we can't, Councillor Wilson. And the reason for that is that we didn't approach this as an academic exercise in that sense. What we did was have conversations with people in the markets, people connected with us in the sector, to understand what were viable and appropriate options to put forward. Equally, we have not done research to justify markets for Hamilton Nature Precinct as an alternative option. I guess I would just want to re-emphasise that my team and I and the people that have spoken with about this are experienced professionals in the sector, and we stand behind our recommendation. We firmly believe it's the right way to go.
So, thank you. So these other organisations, where is the written confirmation that that's their position?
I can get it, Councillor Wilson, but I have to say it has not been the position that I've been in the chamber before, that I've been provided to offer written evidence to support statements I've made here.
Right. So even from New Zealand Tourism, the National Tourism Board that would have the most current market experience, did you get an opinion from them?
No, we did not.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, so we will move into debate with the move of motion, Deputy Mayor. It is you.
And if there are members in the chamber questioning the use of te reo name, can I just point you to our guiding strategy Hei Po Manawa Ora that received support from this chamber, and that is about valuing, or one of the pillars is about valuing the history of language. So we really don't need more of an explanation than that. We've also talked in this chamber for many, many years, including this council, the importance of telling our stories, of telling our history, and that is Māori history, European history, and Hamilton Kirikiriroa history. And we need to do this so much better, and this is a wonderful opportunity to do this. I want to thank all of those involved who proposed this name. It's an honour and a gift. It tells a story of the place and of the past, and it suggests a magical experience awaits visitors, and that exceeds my expectations. The entranceway and the place name of Te Karoro Nature Precinct exceeds my expectations. And goodness, we're just starting. If I can get this excited and emotional through a place name and an entranceway, I'm going to be beside myself when we actually get to glamping in the savannah and everything else. As a Dinsdaleite person, I'm really proud of this name and of this story, and it will be an absolute pleasure to tell visitors. And I certainly hope that I can do justice, and that's why I asked the questions about more of the story coming out, because I really want to be part of it. And also, since this is, I've got 10 seconds, the first opportunity to express my thanks for all involved in the recent opening of the precinct. For me, it caught me by surprise. When I was driving up and I saw the entrance, I already started tearing up, thought there was something wrong with my eyes. Then when we started with the blessing, I thought, well, this is just going to be a standard blessing. And then mana whenua came from all sides and I was overcome with emotion. For me, being at the start of this, I had some expectations that have been exceeded. And it was a moment that made me realise very little of these moments occur in this chamber. So appreciate them when they do. I absolutely 100%, if it's not clear already, support this name. Thank you.
Thank you. Mover for the amendment, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm sure my good friend, the Deputy Mayor, wasn't implying that by simply asking some questions that we were being anti-te reo, because the Deputy Mayor would be well aware that in fact I championed the bilingual signs on Te Huia. Getting to the Waiwhakariki and the zoo, look, I clearly support the initiative. I fondly remember the hard work that Councillor Bunting and Councillor Ryan did in the last term to get a lot of the funding across the line. What we've now got is a great facility. Where I believe the staff, sorry, I won't say that, where I believe option one is the better option is simply from my observation from a marketing standpoint. It tells me exactly what this is. It explains to me in one very quick reference that this is Hamilton's natural precinct, and I think that speaks volumes. So it's not against a bilingualism, it's not against a Maori name, it's simply for a simple, clear proposition that anyone will be able to geolocate exactly the area we are talking about. And I think we can make a wonderful story from that. So that's why I've put forward the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Toriki.
What a great way to embody, to manifest and to breathe life into our strategy here, Po Manawa Ora. Today I've heard a number of references to how we are breathing life into that particular strategy, and I'm heartened because I really do believe that He Po Manawa Ora is going to be one of those strategies that our council is going to be able to hang its hat off and be very proud of. I absolutely support the name Te Karoro Natural Precinct, and I think it's a great way of giving some identity, not just back to that region, but it gives some identity to another destination precinct of Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. And so I'm really excited about that fact, and I just want to acknowledge Leanne, Ben, her team, and the mahi that they have been doing to get us to this point. I think the use of te reo as a common use of the language is becoming more and more prominent in a number of the reports that I've been reading since my time here. And earlier, as part of my induction as a newly elected member, I was fortunate to be a part of one of the sessions around the economic value that Māori add to this country's GDP, and it sits in the billions. And I think that alone is enough of a mandate for us to continue to use mātauranga Māori where we can, and partnering with mana whenua to use some of their narratives that actually support visitation to our city, and to potentially, hopefully, add to our economic growth in our city. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Leanne and the team for their work on this, and the marketing team as well. It's an amazing report, and the images and options are really thorough and great. Thank you. I think this is really exciting opportunity to package what we already have to offer, and think there's loads we can leverage from this rebranding. I'll be personally supporting option 2, Te Kararo, and want to thank Thorpe for their cooperation and work on this and for gifting this name. But I'd like to note that I hope that the use of this name isn't just a virtual signal or a token gesture, but that we use this as an opportunity to tell the story of the area and educate our local community and all our guests and the use of this name. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Kia ora, yeah, I too support the name Te Kararo, and I thank the staff for their awesome work in the space. And I know that it's come from a real place of integrity and a deep commitment. And when I talked with Leanne just briefly about the name, she said it's values-based marketing, and I thought, I could also call it Te Tiriti-based marketing, and I think it's an exciting direction for us. I think it's the direction we need to go in. And I also, when Councillor Muckle said that he can see himself in reports that say Hamilton Kirikiriroa, I thought there's a whole lot of tamariki in our community that will see themselves in this name, and I think that's really powerful as well. It's a really important signal that we honour Māori identity. And I also think for First Nations people visiting here, it's a really deep signal to them that we have that respect and relationship here in Aotearoa. So that's got to be a positive marketing thing, and I know nothing about marketing. So anyway, support the name. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Which I do not say to be mean to Anna. And I want to preface this by saying, a lot of my former students and a lot of my former colleagues would know when I worked in the space that if I gave a criticism, I meant it. And if I gave praise, I really meant it. But so much of marketing and branding is meaning making. And as highlighted, there's some significant meaning already in the name Te Kararo. And what I found most profound about it was that it allows us to travel back in time. And that is mirrored in our aspirations of Waiwhakariki, which is a project to restore it to its Indigenous state. Just like the name Te Kararo reminds us of how that space was previously used. But also our zoo, for many of the aspirations of the animals that are in the breeding programs there, it's an aspiration to travel back in time to a place when those animals were not endangered or on the cusp of extinction. So this is an opportunity to share this meaning with our city and with our visitors. And so often I reflect on how our role as councillors is to look back in time and look forward into time. So I really want to thank the staff for tying the meaning underneath our jobs to an asset of our city and to a piece of our history, because that's an opportunity to tell a story that might not otherwise be told. This is a really beautiful piece of work. And once again, I would not say that if I didn't mean it. And I really just think, like what Deputy Mayor Angela said, this is a phenomenal opportunity in front of us. And I think Leanne spoke as well about how this is the opportunity to state that name. And I think we should take leadership in owning that and owning our history and owning the meaning behind it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, I'll acknowledge the work that the team at the zoo have done. Bed, Leanne, and Helen, your team, congratulations. It's fantastic. And it is seeing Angela's response to, Deputy Mayor Angela's response to the opening of the precinct, just shows that there's a lot of care and love goes into this. So I acknowledge that. Secondly, I acknowledge Hei Pau Manawa Order as the one of the guiding overarching principles by which we do some of these things. But to Councillor Louise's point, it's fantastic that you've well educated in what was it, marketing and communications. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I heard marketing. So I ran a chocolate business for 19 years and delivered a message out to not only New Zealanders, but global markets as well. And marketing is about the amplification of a message that you're trying to deliver. Now, you do it through brand, and brand is about keeping things, the best brands in the world are the ones that are the most simple. Now, I love the story that sits in behind, and bearing in mind this is my opinion, I love the story that sits in behind, but we used to say in the chocolate industry, you eat with your eyes. So the first thing you do is you capture people's attention and then you bring them along on the journey. And the journey is the story that we're telling, and it's the Te Kararo story. It's a brilliant story, but it doesn't have to be the sprat that catches the mackerel. The mackerel can be the story, the sprat can be the name. Hence why the name Hamilton Nature Precinct is very, very easy to, rolls off the tongue. It goes with already the intense amount of equity that our communications team have spent on developing brand Hamilton. There is a huge amount of equity in there. So I'll be sticking with supporting option one.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, and then we'll go to Councillor Max.
Thanks, Chair. And it's been good to listen to everyone's discussion on this. If I take a broader remit for a moment, I guess I'm a little bit frustrated with some of the move around our country to rename everything in Te Reo. And it's in a way that there was a talk of being genuine and authentic. And for me, some of it is placating. And I'll give you an example, Te Whatu Ora, and there's all these other government departments, and I don't know what they are, and they confuse me. But one thing when I listen to and read the messaging of Te Kararo, if I've said that right, there's an authenticity to it. There's a connection to the land. There's a genuineness. And what I like about the branding is it's Te Kararo Nature Precinct. So there's that dual linguistic element to it where you can appreciate there's a Te Reo element, but there's a definition there as well. And I can get it and I can embrace it. And there's a connection to it, which is what Te Reo is all about, connecting to the whenua. And so I can support that. And I think we have to be open-minded enough to look at each thing in a case-by-case basis. And certainly for me today, reading and understanding hearing, I think there's a there's a connection, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosthuizen.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, colleagues, for your korero around this one, and staff for bringing the options to us. I like Councillor Anna. I know nothing about marketing either, but I do know what triggers me, what inspires me, and how I respond to good campaigns is one of the targets for marketing. So when you see the kinds of images and the sort of campaign that is looking to be pulled together, not just with the Te Karoro branding, but with also the Hamilton Zoo, the Hamilton Observatory and Waiwhakariki, it really does help people to be able to absolutely geolocate just where we're talking about. But it also gives up and brings up much more imagery. So that's the kind of thing that I absolutely respond to, and I know that other consumers will also. Deputy Mayor Angela talked about being emotional, and far too often in our chamber, those emotions are looked on as being bad things. But actually, that's the absolute reaction that we want to be able to create to get people thinking about this precinct and to make sure it's catapulted to the success that it is. So in this instance, I'm really happy to be taking the advice of the professionals and to be looking to option 2 as the naming option for this precinct.
Thanks. Councillor Bidder.
For such a simple topic, this has got me more confused than any other topic we've discussed in this chamber. I've listened to what everyone said, and my mind has been changed about 4 or 5 times. And I'm still divided. I like the story of the name. I like the simplicity and geolocationableness of Hamilton. What it comes down to is marketing. That's what we're using the name for. And which name will bring 10% more visitors? Because in a sense, that's how we will measure success. And for locals, it's not going to change whether they go there or not, because it's local. For international visitors, I can understand how the story could make it more exciting. I can understand how the location of Hamilton will make it easier to find. Both of those could work. What I then started thinking about, well, what about Aucklanders? Because that's actually a big chunk of the market. And Aucklanders will know where Hamilton is, so that doesn't make a difference. And then the story of the Te Reo name would help. So that started me leaning that way. But what I then came to was that this precinct is so good that calling it the Hamilton precinct actually improves the rest of Hamilton in terms of Aucklanders' image. So that brings a whole bunch of other advantages. So that's the way I'm leaning, and I could well change my mind in the next 10 seconds anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Huaki.
E mihi ana kia koutou, te rōpu e whakarewa I tēnei kaupapa. Nei ka mihi. I just wanted to acknowledge the team that have done an awesome job at putting this kaupapa together. It speaks volumes to me in terms of the values. We have one kupu, one word that describes all your senses, which is rongo. I can see it, feel it, touch it, almost taste it, all that sort of stuff. And that's what I really got from your presentation and even your responses here today. So tēnā koutou katoa. And whilst we're talking lots about marketing, I really want to bring in the educational perspective into this space. We are growing the history of Aotearoa as a part of the curriculum. So having this as an opportunity to change the focus in schools about our history is awesome. I can foresee some great educational resources coming out sometime soon. Might be a form of revenue we might be able to claw back that will tell the story of the karaho and the people. It's our history. It also speaks of equity and te tiriti at the same time. So this gives me a lot of hope. I just want to end too with the comment that Councillor Hamilton made about the new ingoa that are now being bestowed upon a lot of our organisations. And I agree. I agree with that. I agree because that's a really bad attempt of equity. We have not been, had those discussions with us, but other than what's a name. The word ora is huge and everything's got ora on it, but a lot of the organisations is nothing about ora, like Kāinga Ora. It's supposed to be about life and beauty, etc. And yet, you just need to open up your Facebook and see that it's not. So totally agree, but lots of discussions to be had there. They've done an awesome job by going to the mana whenua to have that wānanga, and there's still lots to happen. So, e mihi ana kia tātou.
Thank you. Appreciate your insight. Thank you. Look, I'm supporting the motion on the table. Like many of you have touched on, we've got professional expertise, professional advice, and I'm going to follow that. What Baird said actually resonated, being a foreigner. When you hear te reo names, it is exciting because it sparks your curiosity because you want to learn more about it. And, in my 20s, which was not too long ago, we did a lot of traveling over, 30 something countries, and you don't go to places just with English names. Look at Europe, anywhere, Asian countries, and to have a te reo name, I totally get the marketing angle that we're coming from. I really like what Ryan said, in that it has, Te Kararo Nature Precinct, so it's got that association. You know what it's about. I'm happy to support and look forward to seeing how we launch this and how it works for our city as a second visitor destination. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Just again, as my right to reply, respond. Councillor Ewan, I was responding to Councillor Donovan's questions around the use of te reo names, so gently reminding him of our strategy, of which he's acknowledged. Look, I'm certain my passion and I what's that? Newbie. Hey, stop. You can only play that for so long. Look, I'm certain my passion and I know my expertise is completely diminished by those closest to this project today. And that's Leanne, our visitor destinations manager, and our zoo director, Baird, and the entire zoo team, Zim. How proud they must be, and deservedly so. To Councillor Anna Casey-Cox, I had a moment there when you said that young Māori will see themselves in this name, and I had a moment of emotion, and I love that. Thank you. Councillor Van Osten, thank you for acknowledging that it's actually okay to show emotion. I agree with you, and I'll never be afraid of showing vulnerability in this chamber for things that I'm passionate about and that I know the community is as well. And Councillor Donovan said the best brands in the world are simple. He talked about stories. The story is Te Kararo. The story is not Brand Hamilton. And, I reflect and think about the reason that when news stories in the media talk about the cities in New Zealand, they always say Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch. They don't say Hamilton because it's not a brand. Let's be honest about that one. And hopefully, lastly, to Councillor Bitter, to keep him on side, can I suggest, Councillor Bitter, that if a Tāne Mahuta, a tree that is estimated to be 1,200 to 2,500 years old, if Tāne Mahuta was called the Northland tree, it possibly wouldn't get the hundreds of thousands of visitors that it gets every year.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote.
Yeah.
Oh, on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment first. We're voting on the amendment to start with, which is Councillor Wilson's.
Deputy Mayor Angela and Councillor. Sorry. And Councillor Huaki. Councillor Huaki, would you mind voting?
Can you press your button? No.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we just do a reset and see if we can get the system back up and going, please?
Good. Another 10 seconds. I want to lose Councillor
When you say you want to reset it, you don't mean we need to do it, right?
You have to re-vote on each time, but that's it. One more reset. Third time lucky.
Last chance.
Otherwise, we're going on the hands.
Yes.
We've lost far more time. No. Okay. Can we just get everybody in favour to raise their hands for me?
So this is, hang on, this is voting on the amendment.
On the amendment.
So those in favour?
I think it's only me.
No.
In favour, we have Councillor Donovan and Councillor Wilson, and those dissenting. And everybody else is dissenting. Thank you. The motion, the amendment is lost. And now we go for the motion. Those in favour. And those dissenting. Yeah, Councillor Wilson, you.
Oh, I went with the herd.
Yes. The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. On to item 12, the play strategy update.
It's leaving. She's.
Hello. We will hand over to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. O Takuta Tākaro aho, Damien Puddle tuku ingoa. I'm Damien Puddle, Council's local play advocate, and you can call me Dr. Play. I'm tasked with supporting the implementation of the play strategy, and particularly the increased opportunities for informal play in the city. I think the report and the attachments speak for themselves, but I just wanted to highlight that the work we're doing is turning heads for all the right reasons, and we're regularly identified as the forerunners within this space due to the successes in achieving play outcomes at both strategic and tangible project levels, and that was recognised by mayors and CEs at the Metro sector meeting earlier in the year. And so, yeah, happy to take any questions on the report if there are any.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No.
Dr. Clare, Damien, can I just ask a little bit more about the disc golf? and what kind of work we're doing in terms, well, where are we at in terms of supporting the groups looking at places to do that?
Sure. I'll probably need to defer to Luke on this, but I know both Sport Waikato and council staff have been working in that space.
Yeah, okay. We've been working actively with the disc golf people, looking at options where across our park system we could do that safely and integrate with the existing user groups.
Is there, do we have like some timeframes, or are there particular areas where you think it's likely, and then what in terms of funding the actual nets and pads and things? I assume it's not a large amount of funding, but what do we have, or would that be an LPT?
So we're exploring whether we need to put forward as part of the next LTP, or whether we could use a break-in type project to help them out. The key focus is getting the right site at this point, and we're looking at places like Porritt and Rest Hills at the moment. It's that balance between providing a challenging course that's of interest to the user group, as well as the integration and not impacting on others. Trees are one factor that are pretty key for disc golf, and we need to assess that. Obviously, we won't impact the health of the trees at these places as well.
Right. And final question, it's quite a popular, from what I've seen, it's quite a popular tourist activity in Queenstown. Do you see that being something that people would be interested in, or is it, like, I guess, more dependent on,
It's an emerging sport which we're looking to establish in one location in Hamilton to gauge how popular it is.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. In the report, there's a mention of pickleball. I think it was mentioned immediately after disc golf. Where's pickleball?
Yes, essentially a tennis hybrid.
No fermenting of anything involved.
No vegetable related.
Okay. How often, like the other serious question, how often do you have new sports sort of arriving that have quite a lot of community interest? Is it usual to have kind of 2 new sports sort of coming up?
New things are happening all the time. I think that probably the challenge is the speed at which we can respond appropriately and to understand the numbers of people that are participating in those activities. And that's where Sport Waikato brings support to council in terms of numbers. There's so many different things. I could talk about tech ball and spike ball and a range of other sort of things that are, it's difficult to respond to everything. But part of the play strategy is attempting to respond to those trends, which is outcome 4.
Is there any influence on encouraging the use of or the uptake of new sports which do sort of align with existing sport facilities? Like if pickleball's, the net is similar to a tennis net or a badminton net, or
Are you an
So I'm not an expert, but well, we're not in pickleball. But by default, some of our traditional sporting codes are having to reinvent their game to meet the modern world. So we are in conversation. Tennis is an example. What other uses? There is something new going into the tennis centre on Kembro Street, which is a variation on the tennis game, a slightly different court. So we are working with the different groups to enable them to be sustainable and try new things where possible.
And Waikato Badminton also sell products for air badminton, which is an outdoor badminton. So both sports are exploring and changing in those trends, whereas a lot of my space is looking at the use of existing public open space, the grey space within the open spaces strategy to enable informal play within that existing land features.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Dr. Play. big part of the strategy is working with schools as partners, and I note with delight the real success that's been had with the collaboration in Insole Ave School. What other opportunities are there to widen the number of schools that are participating, and how much more quickly can we get onto that?
Other staff might be able to talk to other relationships and things with schools, but in terms of the neighbourhood play system blueprint, this is as the Sport New Zealand and Arup agency developed a framework for understanding play within a very specific local catchment. It is time intensive to collect the data to tell the story of play within that neighbourhood, and then to pull together the right partners in order to deliver or find ways to deliver on recommendations within that space. It is Sport New Zealand's hope that councils will be able to take up more of these neighbourhood play system projects to eventually create a whole citywide play system that's full of these things. But it's probably not something that's going to happen quickly because of the intensity required in developing these reports.
If I can add to that.
Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, I just had a conversation with Sport NZ about it yesterday, and one thing is they're kind of looking at maybe trying different ways of doing it, so whether they can do a light version or a more in-depth version. But that's just one example of how we work with schools. We work with schools as much as we possibly can on any opportunities for play. So,
and some of those examples were putting back better or adding some interest along the way. Obviously, there's some cost implications in that. How might council be well placed to be able to consider other opportunities that do come up, and at what point do we need to be able to plan for that?
So because the play strategy itself is unfunded, most of my work in enabling and embedding informal play is about getting a seat at the table early within council projects that are already funded within other teams and other groups. And so to align those with a neighbourhood play system project is about getting to the table early for me within myself, but also the Play Champions group, which I facilitate, that has staff from across council. But this is potentially one of the challenges with implementing, I guess, a wider implementation of the neighbourhood play system blueprint. Sport New Zealand, while I like it to just happen, but the way that council works isn't always within that localised catchment space. There are projects happening all over, and we have to be able to respond where we can to enable informal play, and it won't always be able to happen in the way that the neighbourhood play system is trying to enable it.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Moko.
I have two questions, Madam Chair.
Go for it.
First question, do we get funding from New Zealand Sport to support sporting codes?
sorry, for what, sorry? The sporting codes?
Yeah, or any sporting code.
Not directly is my understanding, but Sport NZ funds my particular role.
All right, yep, can't bite. The second one, I particularly like the hubbing idea. And I know that if Mark was here, he would jump right on that. But are you able to provide us with a bit of a process around who's potentially likely to be hubbing in the future? What plans we have in the pipeline around potential codes to hub together? I just heard the tennis one is potentially going to have a remake of its game. I don't know if they're going to be needing to hub with anyone else, but I have a rugby league passion, and I know that Rest Hills is on the pipeline somewhere for some major development. Maria has given me a task. It's impossible to bring a whole lot of people together, but I'll do what I need to do. I've seen and I understand the benefits of hubbing. That's how I'm looking at this. Places like Rest Hills, which is massive, and you could run a number of different codes out of that particular precinct, those fields up there. So I would like to know how many other precincts or codes are we potentially looking to support? And I note that Sport Waikato is the lead in some stuff, and we are the lead in other stuff. And so for me, it's easier for me to see it on a diagram or on a graph or something.
So it's as per previous conversations, we do work really closely with Sport Waikato. There is one example of a hub in the city, Eastlink Sports Hub, and that is still a work in progress. As you mentioned, part of the challenge is getting the individual codes and building owners to relinquish. There's lots of examples around the country where that has been successful, and it's something that staff definitely encourage. So it's a work in progress. We'll keep going. Sport New Zealand do provide some really good guidance, and Sport Waikato provide excellent support.
And hubbing in general is not only about co-location, it's also about how the organisational structure enables efficiencies with multiple codes potentially working together, which provides both other opportunities but also challenges in terms of those relationships.
Yeah, cool. I like that. I love it.
Thank you. Councillor Anna, were you finished? Yep.
Kia ora, Damien, or Dr. Play. Just a question around kids in nature, I guess, and playing in the gullies. I knew you were doing some exploration around that and the possibilities. So yeah, just an update on that.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that are happening in the pipeline that aren't directly in this report because they're currently ongoing, but I can let you know that we're currently exploring a citywide nature play map with funding through the Nature in the City program, and so drawing on essentially expanding the gully treasure maps into a citywide thing of 30 things to kind of try and tick off. Also exploring opportunities through some of the gully boardwalk and design projects and things that are happening where there are offcuts of resources that for climate reasons we don't want to be trucking out and adding extra cost, and that we may be able to leave in a clever way on site to enable other ways of playing informally through those tracks.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. I will move this item. Gone. Yep. We'll move into debate. I really have nothing to add apart from well done, Dr. Play and team, and very interesting questions. Does anyone have anything to add? Nope. So we will go to the vote on that one, please. Oh, yep, sorry.
I just wanted to say very quickly how excited I am that we're looking at disc golf. Not pickleball. I still don't. Sorry, that's what that was. But actually, we played in Queenstown years ago, and I'd never heard of it. We went and rented some frisbees, and we had an absolute ball. It was a highlight of being there. It's one of the only things I remember from that trip. And so I think that it actually is a very cool and inclusive sport because, like, you can buy a frisbee for a few bucks, right? Like. And I can imagine it would be extremely popular. And yeah, so thanks for the work on that. I look forward to an update. And secondly, I love the idea of it's Dr. Play here, yes. I love the idea of play in the gullies. I think that's something that we miss a lot is when we're living in an urban environment, is the kind of play where you can get messy, where you can manipulate things and break them up and all sorts of stuff. And the other day we actually went to Seeley's Gully after picking my son up from daycare, and we had an hour there. I got bitten by mosquitoes, but he had a great time. And just like playing with things like rotten logs, and so it sounds funny, but he had an extremely good time, and I think it's a really healthy kind of play that kids should actually have access to, and we don't have that in a lot of our backyards now. So I think that sounds very exciting as well. Thanks.
Thank you. We shall move to the. We'll move to the vote on that one. Are we doing a show of hands or zeros? With a show of hands, all those in favor? Anyone against? Thank you. We're going to move on to item 13, but just a reminder that this meeting is scheduled to end at 5:30. And otherwise, we'd need a resolution to extend it or move items around. So just a reminder to, keep it tight. Over to you, Helen.
Kia ora, councillors. So in the interest of time, I will take my report as read. Largely gives you an update on the Magical Bridge Trust having fundraised for stage 2 of the project. So construction able to start for stages 1 and 2, and then also just seeking a deferral. We had a big meeting this month, so seeking a deferral for a report back on the aquatics strategy and river safety officers to the next community committee.
Thank you. Any questions for Helen? Nope. I'll move. Can I get, thank you, Councillor Anna. Would anyone like to debate? I just want to note the Magical Bridge Playground Group, just acknowledging the work that that group has done in a very short space of time and how exciting for our city to have, the first universally accessible playground. So looking forward to their progress. We shall go to the vote on that one. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, we'll move to yes, public excluded. Thank you. And a second. All those in favor? Awesome. And we'll give them a minute and take a 5-minute break if anyone needs a quick stop. And yes, please come back because we are bordering quorum issues. So 5 minutes.
But I know she didn't try.